Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Like blah 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 blah.
Yeah. I put it down. Okay. Now the other thing is I need to sit really because I have to operate these pedals. That stool or something like that. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. Yeah.
So you are
Yeah.
going to play here, like this.
Yeah, I think so. So that people can still see the screen and
Okay, okay.
maybe I'll move this one back. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
maybe that.
Yeah, sure. That would be perfect. Yeah.
And you take the microphone.
To speak. Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Another one like this.
Yeah, I think when I'm playing, to have it just here would be a little strange.
You speak first.
No, not until it's 11 o'clock or 11:30 or something. It's a
No,
little,
no, but you speak.
Yeah.
Just before,
Yeah.
a bit before you play and you speak again.
Yeah, well, I speak, I play, I speak, I play. It's a little bit. Yeah, I think.
So you have to put the microphone.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I speak 4 times and I demonstrate 4 things more or less.
Maybe you can take another microphone to speak and you put it here.
Ah, okay. Yes. Okay, that would be better. I think that's better.
Yeah, I think so because yeah, it's gonna be a bit noisy if you have to take it.
Yeah, yeah, and sometimes I'd say something short and then a little quick demonstration. And then, yeah, okay.
When you start, I put this microphone here and
Yeah.
I give you this one.
Perfect. Great. Thank you. Yeah, great. But I'm not on until 11 o'clock or something, so we have plenty of time.
Good morning, everyone. We're welcoming Patrick Connor DiTamo from the University of Chicago, who will present us a paper on kit crumhorns and 3D printed cornetti. I think this subject might be of interest for many of us. Also related to the talk Ricardo will give later. Thank you already for yesterday, for your presence and your all your input. And I think we didn't have a lot of time for questions at the end of the day after Damien's intervention. So, but as far as I understood, Pierre was not sure to actually, it was probably not gonna talk this morning. So we'll have a little bit of a break during the morning in which we can actually use the time to try out instruments that were brought by the makers, and to have a few discussions on various topics about the future platform and all the questions you might have on other subjects related to what we heard yesterday. Welcome, and thank you very much.
Thank you. I do have to warn you up front, it's a little bit light on cornetti and heavy on crumhorns. In the first installment of his quarterly column, Where the Wind Blows, in Early Music's first issue in 1973, the late Christopher Monk observed, "There is no shortage of DIY enthusiasts in the field of instrument making, and this is a truly healthy sign. Worthwhile reproduction of any musical instrument requires a considerable degree of dedication and patience, and even if the end product turns out to have more quirks than expected, a lot of new knowledge and understanding will have been found." Monk would no doubt be pleased at the variety of his beloved cornetti, lizarden, and serpents currently available to performers today in 2024, the end product of decades of dedicated research and patient experimentation by instrument makers and performers alike. But amidst the broader trend of professionalization in the early music movement, he might also be heartened by the number of amateurs trying their hand at instrument making in recent years, albeit through novel means. While professional early musicians and their instruments have received ample attention from the popular musical press and provided fodder for academic debates, by comparison, the activities of hobbyist instrument makers have hitherto received scant scholarly attention. In this paper, I offer some preliminary observations from my ongoing dissertation research on the reproduction of medieval and Renaissance reed and lip reed woodwinds in the modern age, an admittedly broad scope, with its advantages and shortcomings. Apart from documenting these reproduction instruments, which are fast becoming historical objects themselves, I am also concerned with the ecology and labor of instrument makers. My remarks today are grounded in traditional textual research, ethnography of current amateur instrument makers online, as well as interviews conducted with 19 active or retired British and American makers over the last year, and thus does not yet take full account of activities on the continent. And before I proceed, I do want to recognize the inherent danger of charting and attempting partially to analyze a history that many in this room lived through, and which I largely did not. Nonetheless, I hope to do so with your forbearance and welcome your insights. One recurring theme I've found in several of my interviews with makers is that the instruments they wanted to play either didn't exist on the market or weren't within their means to purchase, and thus they set out to do it themselves. After reaching some level of success in this personal endeavor, they found themselves recruited to produce instruments for others, resulting in an unforeseen change in career. For instance, as a young man, Greg Lewin had persuaded his father to buy a Korber alto crumhorn, which he enjoyed, but he couldn't afford a whole consort. So he split a broom handle, hollowed out a bore, glued it together, and made a cornemuse out of it using the Korber crumhorn reed, figuring out the fingerhole acoustics along the way. As his handiwork grew more sophisticated around the late 1970s, I'm one off, aren't I? I made instruments for myself, but some people started asking where had I got them from? Where could they get them from? So I started making them a bit more seriously. Barbara Stanley recalls that after making some instruments for themselves, because you couldn't go out and buy them, she and Graham Lyndon Jones got a booth together at the first iteration of what is now the London International Festival of Early Music in 1973. We paid for a table, we sat there for 3 days, at the end of which we had an order book full of people saying, oh, would you make me this, would you make me that, you know? We were just sort of saying yes to everybody. And on the way home on the third day, we said, well, shall we just give up our day jobs and do this for a living? So we did. Unplanned changes in career like this aren't necessarily uncommon for instrument makers, it turns out. In fact, going into the textual research side of things, the two earliest luminaries in the post-war reproduction of early reedwinds, Otto Steinkopf and Rainer Weber, were similarly what I tentatively term accidental instrument makers. Famously, Steinkopf's performance with his first quartet of crumhorns at the 1953 Schütz Festival, broadcast on radio by the Nordwestdeutscher Rundfunk in Köln, catapulted him and his instruments into the public sphere, leading him to set up a proper workshop in answer to requests for orders. Rainer Weber made early reedwinds for himself after failing to entice Heckel or Mollenauer or any other firm to make them for him. And after a performance with his consort was commissioned to make a set of crumhorns for the reenactment of the Landschutter Hochzeit in 1959. At a time when surging demand for early reedwinds massively exceeded supply, Steinkopf and Weber responded in different ways. For his part, Weber, originally an art restorer but soon also substantially engaged in instrument restoration, working alone, racked up a waiting list 8 months long by 1962, which had grown to over 6 years by 1972. Whereas Steinkopf hired a series of workshop assistants, including Günter Körber, who would later strike out on his own as an instrument maker. However, as correspondence with the New York Pro Musica indicates, Steinkopf still struggled to keep pace with demand, citing the difficulty of finding willing musicians with skill in woodworking, the lengthy training that they required, and finally the high cost of paying their wages, which left him with very little profit. These factors no doubt contributed to Steinkopf's decision to sell his business to Hermann Merck in 1964, who brought it under the umbrella of his recorder factory, placing Steinkopf in the role of a shop foreman. The limited supply and high cost of early reed instruments coming out of professional workshops in the 1970s led amateur musicians to begin pursuing alternatives. For example, in 1975, John Francis Wone published instructions in the Recorder and Music magazine of the Society of Recorder Players on how to make a crumhorn with an exterior profile inspired by the Triumph of Maximilian, using 2 carved halves of wood with a bore lined by acrylic putty. This instrument was used at a primary school for performances at the Cantigas de Santa Maria, part of an effort that Wone described in a different article as grassroots early music, arguing that if early music is to be a school project, there has got to be a way in which an accident to an instrument is not the complete disaster it would be if the instrument were an expensive professional one. The answer is to build one's own. To do it oneself. 5 years later, another enthusiast, Colin Stevenson, published an article in the same magazine detailing his reinterpretation of Wone's crumhorn concept, and also described the conversion of some spare molding into a Courtauld. His closing exhortation begins thus: "The prices of many early musical instruments are often beyond the pocket of many people, but simple reconstructions can be made at home. The brown gummed paper, catalloy, or wood molding methods could be used perhaps to make a racket or other instruments requiring a cylindrical bore. 2 friends of mine have recently made an ocarina out of a coconut, now dubbed a cocarina." However, the most infamous, or most famous or infamous, take it how you will, amateur guidance to come out of this era was the biochemist Trevor Robinson's book, The Amateur Wind Instrument Maker, published in 1973 and in a revised edition in 1980. An ambitious volume of only 115 pages, it covers the core of the early wind instrumentarium and received mixed positive reviews from Edgar Hunt and Christopher Monk, the latter noting, "The author is brave enough to stick his neck right out, even where he might be losing his head." Although full of useful tips on procedure, the designs Robinson included leave much to be desired, and ironically, a handful of his designs have proven somewhat influential in recent years, as we'll see a little bit later. Now, while guides written by amateurs for amateurs could only offer so much, at the same time they were beginning to circulate, a number of instrument-making courses were being established. The first of which I'm aware was part of the summer courses at Schloss Breitenreich in Austria. From 1975 to 1988, John Hanchett taught 2-week-long woodwind instrumenting courses and was soon joined by Barbara Stanley and Graham Lyndon Jones in 1978, when a second 2-week course was added. Similar intensive 10-day courses were established at Westdean College by Eric Mulder, where he taught from 1980 to 2009. These short courses were populated in large part by enthusiasts who could make an instrument from a design proven by an established instrument maker under that maker's supervision and go home with a functioning instrument and some applied knowledge to boot. And I'm given to understand the modern Cambridge woodwind makers courses operate in a similar vein. It should also be mentioned that in 1975, John Hanchett also established the woodwind division in the Department of Musical Instrument Technology at the London College of Furniture. Graham Lyndon Jones would also teach at the college from the late 1970s through the 80s, and Eric Mulder taught courses from 78 to 1991. Intended to produce professional makers and technicians, the woodwind curriculum at the London College of Furniture was comprehensive, resulting in a certificate after 3 years of study. While I know of no equivalent program to that at the London College of Furniture, North Americans were not entirely without short course curricular opportunities of their own. In 1974, the Toronto Consort, under Timothy McGee, began an annual early music workshop at Scarborough College. McGee wanted to incorporate instrument building and rapidly developed a series of step-by-step guides in collaboration with Herbert Myers, Robert Barclay, and others, with prepared materials for the participants to work with. These guides were subsequently reprinted independently of the workshops and their raw materials, including Herbert Myers's A Step-by-Step Guide to the Construction of a Renaissance Racket. This guide, and crucially, its accompanying blueprint based on the Leipzig bass racket, like Robinson's amateur wind instrument maker, would prove highly influential in the amateur sphere, both in wood and later in plastics. Elsewhere, from at least 1983 to 1993, at least as much as I have documentation, Lynn Elder led instrument building workshops at Dominican College and San Rafael under the auspices of the San Francisco Early Music Society's summer courses. Over the years, fellow faculty of the workshop included Stephen Silverstein, teaching cornetto making, as well as Keith Lorraine, Robert Cronin, and Barbara Stanley. While some of the instruments made at these workshops were built from components prepared by the faculty, others were constructed from kits ordered in advance from the Early Music Shop. The Early Music Shop first began marketing kits for string and keyboard instruments around 1973, and it developed its own in-house workshop producing not only kits but completed instruments, including bass rackets designed by Keith Lorraine and dulcians whose designer I'm as yet unaware of. Seeing the demand for capped reeds, they began marketing their wood-branded crumhorns and cornemusen in 1975, the former based on measurements of the Brussels Bassano crumhorns provided by John Hanchett. Sometime before 1981, they released their first crumhorn kits, which included the bent crumhorn body and the other components of the instrument unassembled, a knife, and drill bits to be used with a cardstock template to drill the tone and resonance holes, and also any holes needed for key work as apropos. A May 1983 newsletter from the von Huene workshop, which distributed the kits in America, emphasizes the appeal of the kits to the amateur musician. And it is financial. Costing a third of the price of a completed instrument, it is possible to build a complete SATB consort of crumhorns for 30 more than the price of a completed bass crumhorn alone. We have sold many, many, and have heard nothing but raves. By the 1990s, the Early Music Shop had the highlight would have been nice. The Early Music Shop had a wide array of wind kits in addition to its strings and keyboards, including a racket kit and soprano and soprano shawm kits that were designed by Eric Mulder. Jonathan Askey, director of the shop, reported in 1994, "We sell hundreds of Renaissance wind cap kits each year. They remain the most popular. Sometimes I wonder what I have done releasing all these instruments into the world in kit form." The ubiquitous kits from the Early Music Shop made their mark on the enthusiast community. though they were marketed by technical difficulty and lengthiness in categories, an overambitious amateur could easily bite off more than one could chew, as this cartoon from the early music news by Julian Drake satirizes. There is, of course, another aspect to all this, to kits. The lower consumer price of a kit is contingent on sufficiently reducing the workshop hours spent by early music shop staff on the future instrument. As a result, kit instruments were simplified in appearance, but likened in the catalogs to their normal, more ornate shop-built analogs. In the case of the Crumhorn kits, we can see the ornamental ternary on the wind cap was drastically reduced, and the characteristic spine of the original Bassano instruments along the top of the bend omitted, though instructions were provided on how to add them if you so chose. As for the cornemusen, their bells had fewer and larger perforations to save time on tediously detailed drilling in the workshop. Those holes all add up. And perhaps for obvious economic reasons, the early music shop never saw fit to introduce a mute cornetto kit for assembly. Now, all this could give rise to a feeling of bait and switch, a sentiment Julian Drake also captured in his cartoons. The golden age of kit instruments, such as it was, came to an end in the new millennium. In 1999, Richard Wood, owner of the early music shop, sold off the workshop side of the business to Jonathan Askey, who rechristened it the Renaissance Workshop Company, and continued to supply instruments to the early music shop. However, when poor health forced Askey to give up his work in 2004, the business was eventually sold to Vicente Garrido, who moved the workshop to Toledo, Spain. At some point after that, the business foundered, and though the early music shop identified new suppliers in Pakistan for some of the more popular string instrument kits, they had no new stock of reed wind instrument kits until their 2019 partnership with Kunath, introducing their cornemuse kits. Now, in the wake of the decline of reed wind kits, which never serviced the cornetto community to begin with, the emergent technology of additive or 3D printing has captured the imagination of amateurs. The work of Ricardo Simeon and Jamie Savin and others who are systematically investigating these instruments through the technology bears no repeating here. The work of amateurs pocketed across the webs perhaps might. And I have a selection for us. So first we have a rendering by Andrew Liu from 2017 of an instrument he actually never printed and did not appear to disseminate the files. If its shape seems familiar, he copied Herb Myers's plans from the Toronto Consort Workshop series. Catter on Thingiverse's racket would seem quite strange unless you opened up Trevor Robinson's Amateur Wind Instrument Maker's book. It is an exact rendering of his dimensions. And Catter on Thingiverse, where you can, I believe, download this file at present, didn't quite know how to manage the read, which is a common trend. Rackets are particularly popular with 3D printers because of their inherent complexity. It's a challenge. It gets the engineer's blood flowing. Now, speaking of engineer's blood flowing, here is some of the ongoing work of Quinn Lewis, who has documented his work on Facebook and a few other areas online. His instruments will look familiar because they are all copied after reproductions by the early music shop in the case of the left, an early music shop great bass racket, and then Merck instruments in the middle and right. And yes, I snuck a Baroque instrument in. And then lastly for our rackets today, we have TO94-M on CG Trader, who will sell this ostensibly accurate rendering of one of the Vienna rackets to you for $50. Now, don't worry, Cornetti will not be neglected. We have Ringlord also on Thingiverse. Someone printed this file, which is freely available, and contacted Ringlord on the comment section asking about the tuning. They're having such trouble. Ringlord replied, "I'm not an expert in this. I just based the design off a photo of one. I'm hoping this was playable." I think I had too much fun writing this paper. And then we have Gernreich on Thingiverse with this mute cornetto with joining pieces for the gluing process. YK42 found them a little bit too hard to remove, and so she devised these joining links for the gluing process. Now, this cornetto is very freely copied from one of Stephen Silverstein's instruments. And not to leave the serpents out, due to the availability, or well, the former availability, the download link isn't currently functional, of the bait serpent files, a number of people have printed and covered in tape or other materials serpents and lizarden from bait files and cobbled them together because they come in small pieces and start taking their first steps on serpent. Obviously, I'm unable to cover everything in the little corners of the internet that I have found today, cornemuse alone. But I'll offer some preliminary conclusions or observations. The common thread between the makers of the 60s and 70s and these amateur 3D printers today is the sense of inaccessibility. Many people are wanting to print crumhorns and don't know where to find the measurements or the files and ask about it. And one of the reasons crumhorns seem so inaccessible is because secondhand instruments, if they're being sold by certain used instrument agencies, have exorbitant prices. A bass crumhorn for $2,000 or worse. And so this increases the sense that these instruments are inaccessible, and thus the need to do it oneself somehow. And in the case of cornetti and rackets, those are a little bit easier to put the hand on to do it oneself. Another element of the shift to 3D printing, of course, is inflation and late capitalist mentality, which is engendered in America that any item could possibly be made could and should be available inexpensively in some form or another. And this disincentivizes the investment in instruments. And lastly, if we're wondering why the turn to 3D printing instead of wood, in the longue durée of at least American education, post-Sputnik 1957, we have the turn towards STEM. And then, in addition to that drift towards the sciences and white-collar work and away from craft skills, in the wake of women's rights movement, home economics gets sliced in high schools, as does shop class. The LA school district, the second largest in the country, got rid of 90% of their shop teachers over the past, I believe, 40 years. Pardon me for not writing that down. And so, if the craft skills seem even more remote than they did before, the computer skills certainly are not. And every day we see things in social media related to the glories, true or otherwise, of 3D printing. And so, while there are fears about a graying cadre of early instrument makers, especially for crumhorns, does anyone still make them? We may take comfort in the spirit of do-it-yourself amateurism that Monk identified all those years ago, as manifested now in hobbyist 3D printers, which may represent a reservoir from which to draw. It can only be hoped that the field of instrument making at large can develop opportunities for those keen to explore the shaping of wood. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting and entertaining paper. I'm starting to wonder how much we should actually include STL files in the future platform, just to prevent from the world to collapse with everyone basically printing Cornetti everywhere on a more precise level. Any questions for Patrick here? All right. Well, and maybe, did you have a question?
No, this is sarcastic comment.
which might be important to share. And I was wondering, maybe it would be worth listening to the makers here present and hear like how come they did end up doing what they do, because I think the path from every one of you has been probably very personal and very. It's not that you wake up as a kid and decide I will make cornet as a profession, cornetti. But yeah, so maybe we need to.
No, I was just going to ask if you heard about the Bob Marvin's recorder kits that he put online, Renaissance recorder consorts, where he supplied the windway, the finger holes, and the bore, and you supply the wood. And he got several orders and didn't know what to do with them.
Send a box of air?
Did you measure the calorific value of the crumhorns when they were burnt? Which I burnt wood soprano crumhorn, which I found at the bottom of a drawer, which I bought 50 years ago or something. It burnt quite well.
Well, the joke, of course, is always that trying to make crumhorn bends, you end up with a lot of crumhorn kindling.
I mean, I have to say I didn't grow up in a German family where there was a lot of amateur wind playing, but they were always around, and I learned about them only after I studied and found out that some people actually grew up in families where there was a lot of crumhorn and recorder and gemshorn playing. And it's funny for me now as a professional to sometimes be invited to workshops where I end up with people in this very like parallel scene. And so I do think for you it would be interesting to also go into German-speaking lands. I'm sure they are in English-speaking as well. But it's a very parallel scene. It often doesn't really interfere with ours, I feel like. Because alone the fact that there is an SATB crumhorn consort, which we would never play on because we would need an ATTB crumhorn set, if anything. And certainly they have never even talked about pitch, so the idea that anything could be beyond 440 is. So like, I think I often find it fascinating teaching at workshops like that, how there is a very high level and expertise in some way, because some of them are really good at reading facsimile, but then they tell me they can read facsimile from all sorts of recorders, but they can't transpose. And you're like, wait, but that's just, if you can read from every clef, that doesn't make any sense. So I feel like sometimes it's fascinating looking at that, seeing how parallel the world is to our professional culture, and often like the overlaps are strange to me. I don't know how you feel about that.
It's a very thorny web of Venn diagrams, the skill sets and the knowledge bases that are interacting in these various scenes. And they're very hyper-localized. Even some of the makers, the makers I've interviewed thus far, with one exception, are principally English speakers, and they, it's amazing even within the English-speaking world how isolated they can be from each other in certain ways, certain things they're not aware of about one another's work, or because they may only come up against some maker's instrument one type from a particular decade of their work, and that is the only piece of data they have to inform their thinking. It's really fascinating for me.
Okay. Yes, I just short comment. I just wanted to bring into attention what you mentioned, that this raised from inaccessibility of instruments, and we now maybe can have an impression that the instruments are now accessible, but not for everybody. For instance, I get messages from people from, let's say, Brazil, like how they're earning minimal wages of 180 euros. Imagine buying some crumhorn for $2,500 from some shop, then import it, pay 50% import tax and shipping costs. It's impossible for those people to get these instruments. Yeah. But I just want to mention that
yes,
this is actually
precisely
the problem.
why those crumhorns being sold by a particular second-hand shop are inaccessible to people. Which is why people are asking for files or other things, or can you make one with a bagpipe chanter reed and tubing or X, Y, and Z.
I just like to say it's very easy for us to make light of these things that we all see on Facebook and so forth, and some of these kits. But we shouldn't underestimate the way this whole movement and activity feeds into our audiences, I think.
And also shouldn't underestimate how it feeds into our universities as musicians. I mean, we all know a lot of stories like that, who gamba players, I mean, I'm thinking about Ronald, that Judith knows well, that arrived from Cuba with a gamba made with like fishing strings and all, like that he made himself, and now he lives in France and he's a professional musician. So the excess, if we can facilitate with all those works the contacts between actually these two worlds, like professionals and amateurs, and in terms of pedagogy, it can be very beneficial and give access to a lot of instruments too, and invade the world with cornetti rather than crumb horns. Yeah.
Yeah, piggybacking on what everybody here has said, that idea of maybe going to workshops and talking with attendees might be really helpful, because there seems to be a network, like they trade instruments constantly and know people, oh, did you hear about this? Oh, did you hear about that? And like, so I teach now at the San Francisco Early Music Society Medren workshop, and they have dealers and they know people, and it's fascinating. And I've asked them, like, oh, where did you get that? And then kind of like, yeah, they're like, you don't want to know. Yeah. So, but that could be really a fascinating outlet, because the other thing, like Lambert was saying, you know, and what Bruce said, these are our audiences. So yes. These are audiences, and they're so well informed. So what they like, and sometimes in technical prowess, they know this repertoire so well. It's amazing. And they know the instruments, and and so that is fascinating. So it's getting at it from that angle as well might be really, it might be beyond the scope of your work right now, but.
Yeah, I mean, certainly it falls in line with the way I took the material I had to write this paper. That definitely is implicit in the next step of taking this and growing it someplace. Though you're right, it's a little bit outside of what I'll be able to do within the time allotted by my advisor. but well put.
I have two quick comments. One is on the relationship between amateurism and our professional lives. I don't think anyone in this room has not been impacted in a major way by Christopher Monk, even if you don't think it. And the other thing is, I have to tell one little story about the crumhorn, because I was warming up for a concert once, and a man came up to me in Germany and said, Entschuldigung, ist das ein Krummhorn? And I said, nein, das ist ein Zink. And his comment was, sind Sie sicher? On the subject of being well informed.
I'm sure we do experience it. This is a common question we get at the end of concerts now. Is this the crumhorn? This is. I would like. I mean, after the list you did, like of the Cornetto Players Guild, and I think we should get a list of the questions you get at the end of concert. Is this your profession? Is this a crumhorn? It should be in the top 5. Is this a crumhorn? I think.
Twice when playing a Grenadier recorder, I've been complimented at my clarinet playing.
Yeah, you mentioned you've been asked, you haven't been to instrument makers exhibition. It's like every second person is, crumhorn. So that's like such a common thing. Anybody here? Okay.
Thank you very much, Patrick.
Thank you.
And we'll work.
just an information for Ronald. A few years ago, I burned 2 top plates of violins to light a fire to roast a pig. They were very effective. Okay. Short summary. In 2022, Paolo Ferrari, Pietro Modesti, and me started a study and a research project on an Italian cornetto conserved at the Musei Civici of Reggio Emilia, wrongly considered as an African wind instrument for over 150 years. The cornetto is in fairly good conditions, except for a few clumsy attempts of counterfeiting, and has not undergone any significant restoration work in recent times. Various preliminary activities were carried out. The project is going on and has entered in a new phase in which new collaborators have been added. I will share some paper with you about the work, these instruments, and so on. The novelty is this: in situ CT scan. In situ means that we have a portable CT scan that we use directly in the museum. Here is a picture of this toy CT scan in its place in a room of the museum in Reggio Emilia. And the portable tomograph and control units can be transported on a small van, assembled and disassembled with relative ease. The instrument is not shielded, so a session of radio protection survey was performed before and during the use of the tomograph. The control units and the operators and the tomograph were in 2 separate rooms in the museum storage area, close to visitors. The system enables high-resolution 3D imaging up to 50 micrometers of voxel size of objects up to 50 by 50 by 50 centimeter cube, 50 centimeter wide. Due to the length of the cornetto, 580 millimeters, the scan was performed in 2 steps, upper and lower section, placing radio opaque reference points to facilitate the joining of the 2 parts after the scan. Between the first and second scan, the box with the cornetto was turned upside down. Among our methodological references, the catalog of the Kunsthistorisches Museum Wien, and the final recommendation document of the Musées project, Musical Instruments Computed Tomography Examination Standard of the Germanisches Nationalmuseum. Okay. A schematic view of the tomograph with all the parts that composed it. The control unit and the operators. Okay. According to the final recommendation of the Musées project, the cornet was closed in a high-density polystyrene box placed on the rotating sample stage of the tomograph. There is a sample stage that rotates continuously during the acquisition of data. Each step of the CT scan of the cornetto was completed in 45 minutes, plus positioning and setup operation, of course, of the tomograph. The voxel size corresponding to the final setup of the machine was 63.5 micrometers per voxel. Here a slide with some terminology about CT scan. We have a standard terminology for orientation, section, and so on. And let's start with the first results. First results of CT reconstruction were delivered in two 5 GB stacked TIFF files, one for the upper part and the other for the lower part of the cornetto, to consent some elementary operation on a common personal computer without the need of a high-performance workstation. And we used the open source software ImageJ, very used in scientific world for observation, morphological analysis, and linear measurement, for example. Further data processing is in progress at the Department of Industrial Engineering of the University of Bologna. Each of the two TIFF files is composed by 5,000 slices at the highest resolution from the two partial scans and can be browsed with ImageJ. The slices are numbered, and the simple calculation is necessary to localize each slice. The images are in black and white, but pseudo-colors, lookup tables, can be used to enhance the visibility of some particulars. A further series of 60 slices, each 10 millimeters of axial length, oriented perfectly axially to the curve of the cornetto, were prepared to be suitable for bore measurements. They were obtained resampling the original data along new planes, not the original of the scan. Frontal and sagittal slices were created reslicing the original data along the principal planes. Some analysis of the data. The cornet is made of yew. We have still seen that it's yew. Yew hardwood. The cut is undefined. I mean, it's not radial and is not tangential. Some images from the Kunsthistorisches catalog. Makers used both undefined tangential cuts and also perfectly radial cuts to obtain the two-part to carve the inner bore of the cornetto. The joints between the two halves of the cornetto are quite irregular and are out of plane. It's not a regular straight plane. It's impossible to have all the joints on a limited number of frontal slices. Moreover, the wood is slightly warped from the bell to the mouthpiece end. Okay, the non-regularity of the plane between the two halves is visible also in other instruments. For example, the instrument, the cornetto of the Accademia Filarmonica of Bologna, where the leather was partially removed in the lower part, so we can see very well the line of junction between the two halves. Tool marks of teeth of a saw are barely visible in some frontal slices, perfectly tangent to the joint. You can see them here, the yellow arrow. This is the cornet of the Accademia Filarmonica of Bologna, and it's clearly visible that the joint between the two parts is not on a uniform straight plane. Here we have some random transversal slice, not of the resamples series, not perfectly axial with respect to the curved axis of the instruments. We see that the section is always very irregular, apart from sections at the bottom end, at the bell end, that's sometimes almost perfectly circular. Some sections are very irregular, with evident tool marks, probably trace of gouges of various diameters. This was already described by Julian Drake in an article on the Galpin Society Journal in 1981, measuring the bore of one of the Christchurch cornetti. Drake took the measures of 8 diameters instead of the usual 2 on each transversal section of the bore, and observed how the section is highly irregular. Rather than the term carelessness that Drake uses, I would prefer sprezzatura. The making technique was oriented to the final sound result, and who cared about the irregular inner surfaces, not visible from the outside. This sprezzatura, of course, is possible only with the greatest skill and practical knowledge and knowledge of the materials and the tools. I saw something similar also on 16th century string instruments, top plates, the inner surface of the top plates of viols, viole da gamba. I saw recently Ventura Linarol bass viol. The inner surface of the top plate is extremely rough. We see gouges traces very well, while the external surface is perfect. Another interesting observation and hypothesis by Don Smithers, observation is related to the natural trumpet, concerning an irregular surface of the bore. In an ancient original natural trumpet, the uneven surfaces, which are a result of the ancient brass manufacturing techniques, brass was hammered and not laminated like now, or like from the, if I don't make an error, from the second half of the 17th century. There was the first laminatoi in England. Before, brass was always reduced to the material to obtain tubes, hammering it. Okay, Don Smithers says that these uneven surfaces made the tuning more flexible and sensible to bending. There are physical, acoustical reasons that make the resonance of the tube of the natural trumpet less hard, less rigid with respect to the resonance frequencies. Bore measurements. A first set of bore measurements was obtained at the beginning of our work. during our preliminary activities, using a go-no-go caliper with plastic sticks, the one by Josh Evert, with a step of 0.2 or 0.1 millimeters, completed with a curved handle to introduce the sticks in the bore. According to the protocol of the catalogue of the Kunsthistorisches Museum, 2 sets of diameters were collected, oriented at 45 relative to a sagittal axis, and referred to the cardinal points, observing the bore from the bottom. 0 length point is at the top. The measures were collected in a spreadsheet, and a couple of diameters versus length bore diagrams was plotted. A second set of data was obtained measuring the 2 diameters directly on the CT axial slice with image J. I calibrated the measuring tool with the pixel size, and so I was able to do some measures. The general trend of the shape of the bore is the same, but there are, of course, significant differences due to the instrumental errors of the manual measurements. This is the bore diagram obtained with stick caliper, and this is the bore measurement obtained on the CT scan. Measurements on the CT scan look more sensible to some irregularities of the bore. For example, this is a point of the bore. There is a deformation of the wood. The bell is perfectly circular, but few centimeters apart there is a sort of deformation in the section of the bore. Okay. In a further section of the CT scan, the finger holes were measured, position, transversal and axial diameters, undercutting, and so on. Here is a third diagram with the finger holes. Of course, I have also the data number measures, real measures of the position, diameters, and so on in a spreadsheet. Finger holes. Here are some slices, transversal, left, and sagittal at extreme right. The second transversal slice is enlarged from the transversal slice of number 1, and is a plug, a leather plug inserted in the hole to close it. It's a part of the counterfeiting operation to make the cornetto look like something else. There are some remains of glue on the wall, the white. Look at the arrow. This is some glue. And this was the hole. This was the hole number 6, and this was the hole number 4, if I remember well. a very strange feature that I observed. Apparently, almost no glue is visible in most of the joints, even enlarging the images. What I observe is nothing between the upper half and the lower half. It's very strange. The joint is very irregular, but I wasn't able to see glue. Rainer Weber suggested the hypothesis that the two halves were kept together mostly by the ties and the leather, rather than glue between the two halves. This is a pretty hard hypothesis, but I think that is not so unlikely. Here, a selection of the ties. The ties are the ties of the mouthpiece at the left, a lot of turns of gut strings, and the ties of the other three ties along the instruments. Apart the mouthpiece end, the 2, 3, and 4 ties are done with 5 or 6 turns of a 3-stand twisted gut string, like contrabass string, for example, 3 millimeters diameters. I have also some direct observation of this kind of ties. This is again the cornetto of the Accademia Filarmonica di Bologna, cornetto without a part of the leather, and this is the tie made of many turns of twisted gut string. Another type partially visible, and a cornetto of the Museo Internazionale Biblioteca della Musica, again in Bologna, where something is visible because the leather is partly removed. It's a bell end, this one. In Basel, we had some doubts about the origin of these stains in the upper part of the bore of the Abyssinian cornetto. I observed these stains with an endoscope. They are very dark. They look like biological damages due to cellulosolytic microorganisms. And I have a partial confirm of this, observing the transversal sections of the same part of the bore, where there is an area just around the bore of with reduced density of the wood. The wood is less dense than the rest of the wood. Okay. The density of the wood is reduced up to 1 millimeter depth from the inner surface, over 150 millimeters from the mouthpiece end, and is the dark area that is visible within the bore. It's the same region of the dark stains observed with the endoscope. The original inner surface of the mouthpiece socket has no dark area because it was modified. It was the only modification of this instrument. A reamer was introduced to enlarge the mouthpiece socket of this cornet. Something else about analysis of the features of this cornetto. The leather cover. The cover is well adherent to the wood structure. The overlapping is located on the concave curve and was probably realized with the traditional technique of the leather worker called doppia ugnatura. It's a method to shape the overlapping borders with the wedge shape to maintain the thickness of the leather similar to the rest of the cover. In general, the quality of the work is high, of the cover in general, the leather cover of the cornetto, and in particular the doppia ugnatura is almost impossible to identify with naked eye. Here we can see the two overlapping borders in the slice, in the transversal slice. About the leather, we have in mind a specific diagnostic session supported by possible aid of microsampling to characterize the cover, its leather or parchment, it's tanned or not, the origin of the black dye and its mordant. We were able to identify iron compounds, probably ferrous sulfate or other vitriol, a mixture of many sulfates, metal sulfates, iron, aluminum, and so on. And the composition of various metal sulfates is a characteristic of the origin of the vitriol, of the vitriol. For example, there were Roman vitriol, Agordo vitriol, Goslar vitriol. Each one had a slightly different composition. The presence of iron were still identified with XRF spectroscopy, and a further analysis will detect the presence of secondary elements to identify the origin of the material. Moreover, another interesting perspective is the presence of varnish layers. So we will try to investigate the surface with FTIR spectroscopy. You can see here a varnish from a recipe book, a technical recipe book, Segreti d'arti diverse, conservata da Biblioteca Marciana in Venezia. This recipe describes a varnish suitable for liuti e cuoio, for luce, to varnish luce, and cuoio, leather. In many other technical sources used to apply varnishes on the surface of leather to make it smoother, to impermeabilize it, and so on, is well documented. So an analysis of the surface could give us new information. That's all.
Thank you very much, Claudio. I think I'm getting very excited when I see, obviously, this portable CT scan and the obvious perspectives it can bring into, because the method we're using so far for the Zinknet platform is very accurate, but also...
CT scan is the most powerful instrument that we have so far. It's still too expensive.
Yeah.
Yes. This tool, this instrument, the portable tomograph of the University of Bologna, it was made in the technical labs of the university. It's not a commercial tomograph. The various parts, the tube, the detector, and so on, it's 300,000 or 400,000 euros.
Yeah.
So it's not yet an affordable analysis method. We hope that that AliExpress will do something for us.
Exactly. Yeah, so I'll just bring on the questions.
Do you have any idea of dating or context of the instrument, performance context, or where the instrument could be played, or was that not part of your research yet?
In my opinion, when we were sure that playing it will not result in damages, in my opinion, it's playable. Probably in the next month we will try to play it.
But historically, where was it played?
Where was it played? We don't know.
Okay. And when?
We don't know about its origin. We have only information about when it was bought by the conservator of the museum 150 years ago. And archive information stops there. I will share a paper about this instrument that I wrote for a conference, conservation conference 1 year ago. I will share in a folder, shared folder that I gave to Lambert.
I'd like to make an observation about the gluing of Cornet. I've made some using casein glue, which has been known for thousands of years and is waterproof. But also I did make one instrument for myself using animal glue, hot glue. And I played it for 5 years. And at the end of the 5 years, it was my main instrument. I realized the instrument was finished and so the wooden was rotten at the top. And so I took the parchment, or might have been leather then, off, and the instrument just came apart. The glue was no longer there. It had been glued with the...
You say animal glue,
yeah.
Collagen glue, or casein glue?
No, animal glue. This instrument was with animal glue. So after being played for 5 years, the glue had gone.
Mm-hmm.
But it was
the problem is that glue is very visible in X-ray, also in normal X-rays. It's very clear, it's white, animal glue. Animal glue is a rigid gel. That means a solid matrix with some water.
Yeah.
And the water stops X-rays. So we always see glue, even extremely thin layers between two parts, as a white line between two parts of wood. Here there is nothing.
Yeah.
It's dark.
Have you found any instruments that definitely were glued with casein glue? Because it would seem the obvious thing to. Violin makers used it.
I know very well casein because I worked for a lot of years on making techniques of string instruments. Casein glue is used, for example, not as glue, but as a primer before varnish. Because casein glue has a significant difference respect to the animal glue that is fragile. Animal glue has a more complex microstructure. It's made of chains of collagen come si dice, interlaced, annodate. And casein glue is made of particles, or small particles, and this so is very adherent, but is not, for example, resistant to the una botta, come si dice? Una botta, pack.
Impact, yeah.
To impact like animal glue. Among my ideas, I spoke with a friend of the University of Piemonte Orientale in Italy. He is developing analytical technique to identify proteins that's called proteomics and metabolomics. And with this technique, we can identify the smallest traces of proteinic material, and also, it's incredible, also detect the origin. For example, is cow or is goat glue? But the most important aspect of this technique is that it requires an extremely small amount of sample.
Connected to the gluing then, do you think that by not planing the wood when the two halves are made would make it more likely to stay together because it's like a part of one piece of wood?
Probably. Make the surface not perfectly uniform. With playing with the teeth, I don't know what's the name. In Italy, we call it with the French name the rabot. Rabot is the plane. Yeah. But we use the name rabot. We modify the pronunciation to specify this type of tool. It is a plane with the teeth. It's used to make the surface quite uneven, with many, to improve the quality of a joint. But it's a technique used mostly by furniture makers. For example, violin makers never use this kind of tools.
But
from a theoretical point of view, the joint between two parts of wood, the best joint between the parts of wood is the joint that you can see, is so precise that you can see. The layer of glue is extremely thin because a thicker layer of glue makes the joint fragile.
Well, I think Damien and we spoke on this topic yesterday a lot. I don't know if you want to say something about I just want to mention he's doing this with his cornets, that he used lines like this, and he's saw just with the saw, and then he's not planing
I didn't
cornets.
mention a cornet, that cornet in two parts that is in Bruxelles.
Yes, we said that's what I was about to say, but I think everybody or many of us seen it.
Because
yes.
I have no pictures.
Yes, exactly. When you put it together, it fits completely well, and we shine a UV light on it, and we see particles of glue there. And I think what Ron's point was that when you play the cornet, you essentially dissolve the glue, so it may appear there is, or we don't see it now, but it can very well be that it was there before. So,
for example, I have a... Come si fa ad andare indietro? How can I go back? Ah, okay. Okay. It's not completely without glue. If you observe the sections near the bell end, there are some white traces. Unfortunately, the resolution of the CT scan can't permit us to see what is this white line. Probably it seems glue.
This question to everybody involved in making, we were thinking about the possibility. I started actually using this technique that we put the leather completely to the glue and let it completely soak the glue in when we do the leathering. And since we see the leather layer is completely white, do you think that means that it's completely soaked with proteins and with glue, or or is this how the leather appears on the X-ray? Because mostly I've seen only like historical corners with, and I assume they were done similar techniques. So if that means that it's completely soaked with glue, that's my question. Nobody knows, perhaps.
Okay.
Or what do you think, maybe?
About the biological damage you were showing, is that possible that it's just simply oxidation of the oil? I mean, we see that a lot depending on the oil we use. When we use linseed oil, that you have these black traces appearing in instruments just because of the I don't know if you, Damien, if you had that avec de l'huile de lin qui s'oxyde un tout petit peu avec le temps et qui noircit. Yes.
So if you have plant dust or fungus,
It's just, yeah.
fungus is eating the wood and maybe the oil.
Yes. My point to this, like you've seen it, and that's just a reminder for us to drink a bit of water or flush our mouths before we play the instrument, because if we don't do so, we introduce anything that can flourish inside the bore. So I think this is just a good reminder of this. Yeah.
Anyway, I will analyze also the black stains. It's quite simple to identify oil.
Yes.
Also oxidized, also old oil. It's quite easy to identify.
I have a question exactly on this slide. There's this peculiar part on the one side. Are those windings, or is this some angled view on windings, or what is it exactly?
Okay.
Do you know? Yes, and also on the other one, yeah.
These are not perfectly axial sections.
Ah, okay, that's the...
So you can see a part
of the binding.
bindings.
I see, I see. Also, it's interesting that you were able to make the scan in 45 minutes, because typically it takes much, much longer. For us with my own Cornet, it was probably like 6 hours, but I don't know if that was connected to double material scanning. Yes, yes. And also what makes me a bit nervous...
We stayed 3 days at the museum. The first day we did the radio protection survey because it was absolutely
exposed,
important without shielding.
Exactly.
The second day we did these scans. The third day we did scans of another instrument that I will show you as soon as I will have something to show.
Yes, but the actual scan, you probably done it in partials and stitch it together, as it's typically done, but the whole scan of the instrument took 45 minutes?
Each part.
Each part, yes, okay. Okay,
yes.
That makes sense. And in how many parts we were scanning?
2 parts.
2 parts, okay.
Yes. Two parts, then we turned upside down the box with the cornetto.
I see.
And did the second part
okay.
With the overlapping section, of course.
Ah, okay, because it wasn't. I see. And for ImageJ software, there is no option to measure it as I was speaking about these cross-sectional areas, because as we see, it's not very regular inside the bore, and if we want to really get like proper volumetric model of the bore, it would be done best, but I know it's very challenging. And
ImageJ was my first option.
I see.
Now I am trying to learn more advanced software to analyze.
Software for this analysis. I wish for the best for you, because
I need also a more powerful computer.
I know this very well.
Problem with my own as well. I mean, the files are so detailed that it's just to process the data with. Yes. Process the data with a computer. It takes huge resources. Damien,
just few words about the joint. I've made many tests to fix it. So, on my opinion, the best way is to cut the half into the wood into half, and don't remove the sawtooth mark. So it's a good way to have a good joint for the glue. And of course, the glue is not waterproof, so I've tried to add a little amount of linseed oil, boiled linseed oil, or tannic acid in the glue before, after, on the wood. In any case, a few months after, the glue is removed, and even if the glue is not removed by the moisture, when you are using boxwood, the wood is nervous and the two halves are moving. So, in my opinion, the glue is only here during making process, and after you glue leather or parchment, and it's the waterproof cover. Sorry for my bad English, but I hope you have understood. The glue is not so important for the life of the instrument.
Thank you. About the glue, I glue the two parts of my serpents. I try not to do this, and there is a real question of the two parts are moving a lot because of the form and the length of the instrument. But with the historical instrument, it's a fact. The two parts are moving often, and there is not other solution that to redo to remake the covering or something like that. and to expect it is not moving. And about the join of the two parts, to glue my instrument, I use a system with the steel part of the plane, the cutter of the plane with teeth, moving on the join and making microscopic teeth in the wood to have this join like this. And I would mention something I don't see again any photo, any image searching, but I see some join of serpent actually made with a numerical milling machine, and he made don't know the name, a join with this type of just like this, the join. I don't know. What do you think? Because you have experience on a CNC milling machine. If it is possible on the joint of a serpent, more or less 3, 4, or 5 millimeters, or I know on 10 millimeters it is possible, but I wonder on 3 millimeters width, is it possible?
The fixture is the problem. Otherwise, if you make it fixed, it's...
Yeah, okay. But it's a modern approach, completely modern approach. Okay.
So let's have a quick break, 10 minutes coffee, and then Roland will go on. So maybe you can get quick.
Yeah, sure. What was all that about? As you were thinking, the singing symposium is next door. You know, so, oh, sorry. I've seen very confused looks about the people here. Well, you just heard a very well-known English vocal group singing music from the 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th century. And it basically all sounds the same. Well, wait a minute. How is it within the cornetto? What about music from 1500, 1600, 1700, and 21st century? What about the instruments that people are using there? Isn't that just the same? They're all sounding the same. Does anybody here really believe that vocal music from those 5 centuries sounded basically, had the basic same sound? I don't. And obviously you couldn't argue that the trombone stayed basically the same from 1500 to 1800, but I think the cornetti changed quite a bit in that time, and certainly the music did. And the cornetto is only a tool to perform the music. I've changed my talks. In the middle of the night, I woke up at 3 o'clock and thought, oh, wait a minute, Anne Allen said yesterday she'd looked at what I wrote or talked about in Hannah in 2000. And I thought, well, have a look at this. Has anything changed since then? Is that valid, what I wrote, or was it a complete write-off? And so I've got it here. Oh, great. Firstly, looking at the music of the first half of the, the whole of the 16th century, particularly at the beginning. What do we have there? Unfortunately, no instruments, as far as we know, or probably know. We have little to go on. But it does seem that at one end we have these sort of Schubinger instruments, straight cornets, which we see, the context of them tells us surely a little bit about the instruments. You see him so playing with, along with Rauschpfeifen, so it must be pretty loud and penetrating sort of sound. On the other hand, we have the curved cornet, and could it not be that it's often played in a lower register than later things, and had then originally a wider, more horn-like bore? So, there are a few instruments which are supposedly very old from the 16th century, including a cornetino and a tenor cornet in Leipzig, and which possibly bear witness to that. And my suggestion, at least, was that through a cross-fertilization of the German thin-bore cornet, which virtuosos like Schubinger could probably run rings round his Italian colleagues, and he was getting all the best gigs and getting paid more. So if you make a cross between this smaller bore straight cornet and originally more horn-like instruments with a wider bore, though you end up with from about, say, 1550 until 1630, perhaps, with the instrument which I would call the classical cornetto, which really the golden era of the cornet is 1650. 1550, I would say, to 1630 at least, and perhaps earlier. But basically, anybody who's studying the cornet here, your main century must surely be the 16th century, not the 17th. After about 1630, and we see the demise of the cornet pretty rapidly. Already you've got to look in Italy, Monteverdi, Selva Morale, no mention of cornetti. Sorry, I know often you can play some of the pieces on the cornet, most of them, but well, you don't have to. And same with Friccio was saying, oh, well, was it Rovetta or Rigatti? There's a manuscript in Uppsala that gives cornetino instead of the violins. Yeah, but that doesn't mean it was like that in Venice. It seems to be that the cornet died very rapidly. Sure, you can find individual pieces but about 1 in 1,000 pieces had a cornet, and sometimes quite nice and quite difficult, but that doesn't mean that that was the heyday of the cornetto, certainly in Italy. And in Germany, cornetto survived much longer, was more important, but even there, you see with Buxtehude, say 5% of these surviving cantatas have got cornetti, not more. It wasn't the main instrument. So what else did I'll cover this quite quickly to get onto the main topic, which I originally was intended to talk about the later German cornet, the later cornetto after, say, 1650. What did I write here? The typical classical cornet instrument used today, I have to translate this quickly from German. The sad truth is that all modern cornets have as much in common with an instrument around 1600 as a school recorder with a Bresson recorder. Is that still true? Well, progress has only been slow. There are typical characteristics, I would say, of the modern cornet, and a great discrepancy between the makers who want to make something authentic and what the players want. For example, I think it was about 4 or 5 years ago, Josue Melendez, great cornet player, he had an instrument in Basel and saying, oh, this is a exact copy from Paolo Pancellacci of a certain instrument. And I spoke to Paolo shortly after and said, oh, no. Of course, I made a copy, and then the players came and they they wanted me to change this, and they wanted me to change that, and so on, and rather make it into something else, make it into a modern cornet. And in fact, one of the, I say, a characteristic of the modern cornet is, most modern cornets, let's say, that cornetto players use is the Italian, so-called Italians, that they use instruments with a simple C fingering, whereas I would say that almost all Italian cornets are made to play with a forked C. And I think this is perhaps more significant than most people think, because as a player, you try and match the sound of different fingerings to be at least compatible. Obviously, the enjoyment for the listeners is not quite so uniform as a modern instrument, but the forked C fingering is thing that influences then your whole sound as a player. And now we're going on quickly then to get more to closer to my original topic about cornetto after say 1630. It's interesting to know, I don't know whether anybody has any evidence, but I haven't really seen whether any cornetti were actually made in Italy certainly after 1650, or whether they all came from Germany. We don't know. Still in 1627, when Schütz brought the instruments from Venice to Dresden, they were presumably thought to be the best that one could get at that time. And we do note that he brought 3 or 4 cornettini and only 3 ordinary cornetti. So what did they play on the cornettino? Well, wait a minute. Can you put my... No. Vrijdag 6 September. Ah, yeah. So what's that? It's some handwriting by Heinrich Schütz. Heinrich Schütz in Symphonie Sacrée, first part, contains anima mea liquefactes, which for 2 travers, flirten, or cornettini. It states quite specifically cornettini there. The print is pretty good, so it would seem that it was printed in Venice, that Schütz checked it over. And furthermore, there is a copy of the original print in Wolfenbüttel, where Schütz has, in his own handwriting, changed a couple of things or made additions, wrote a text to one instrumental part, and that sort of thing. But did he change it from cornettino to cornetto muto, as some have suggested? We argumented for it, let's say, last time in Basel. I think that given that he had the chance both when coming from the printer, for the printed proofs, and with the example in Wolfenbüttel, is it likely that he meant something else than cornettino, having bought 2 or 3 cornettini at the same time in Venice as he was there? His handwriting's usually very legible. Can we go have the next picture? Oh, you're the man, sorry. So, great. So it's on here, I thought it was on there. I looked at a few examples of cornettino, cornetto muto and things, and people saying, oh, you can mix them up. Cornettino, it could be written badly. But that was the worst example I found of the handwriting. This Giovanni Valentini, Dixit Dominus, cornettino is quite clear to identify, and the others the same. I was intending to do a whole lot of stuff from the Crommer's instrumental pieces, and I thought, what's the point? I can't find anything where you could really get it wrong. When you write cornetto muto, you mean cornetto muto, and when you write cornettino, then you mean cornettino. This is bad news for cornetto players, because a piece playing up to top Ds all the time it's hard work, but it's obviously much easier to play it an octave lower on the cornet muto. And it's not for everybody, obviously, but as Fritjof said yesterday, we've got to all go out and practice the cornetino. And I did actually play it through it with Fritjof for a Basel conference about 6 years ago, wasn't it? And, well, we got through it. I think with more practice we could, and perhaps better instruments, we could make a pleasant job of it. But actually what I was intending to give my main talk on is the difference between the German cornetto and the Italian, and why nobody plays it. I know of not a single recording where someone plays the small bore German cornetto. Does anybody know of one? I don't know. Everybody plays the sort of middle-of-the-road instrument, as I say, 1500, 1600, 1700, and 2000. But, as I say, instruments are tools. And I also thought originally, oh, the German instruments are inferior. And actually, in 2000, I got a commission from Händelhaus in Halle. So they wanted instruments made from the end of the 17th century, which Handel could have heard when he was a boy. So, and luckily, the Händelhaus in Halle, of course, has good connections to the Musical Instrument Museum in Leipzig. So it meant that they gave an exception, allowed me to measure the instruments, but I wasn't allowed to play them. As it's over 20 years ago, I can say I actually did play them. Every time they went up the room, I pretended I was playing my own instrument and played for them. They said, how am I supposed to copy these instruments if I don't know how they play or if I've got it right at the end, particularly as the instruments had some defect. But why do we not play on these instruments? It's interesting. I'll make a little... How many cornet players are here in the room? Raise your hand. How many of you have played Schutz's Christmas Story? All raise your hand. How many of you have played it on the instrument Schutz wrote it for? One. Cornetino. Both the Uppsala manuscript and the Berlin manuscript say Cornetino. And everybody said, oh, well, yeah, but we can do it on the cornetto. And I admitted that in the 90s, the two CD recordings of it played on the cornetto. Didn't think about it because, well, that's what you do. But in last December, we recorded the Berlin version, my reconstruction, and I said to my second player, Anishal, look, this time, I know we've done it otherwise on the cornetto, we should do it on the cornetino because, well, it's my last chance in my life to record this piece, probably. And so it does show that we have preconceived ideas of what the cornetto should sound like. And the cornetino. I don't necessarily agree completely with Fritjof, although to a large extent, that, you know, playing everything on the cornetino, but in fact, I had a long talk with Fritjof on the train journey here, and he was surprised to hear, and I was surprised that he was surprised, that the German cornetto actually has a bore not much larger than a cornetino. I think even here, I don't know whether you can see it on screen or anything, this is a typical Bassano instrument, if you like to call them Bassano instruments. I'm not sure whether they actually made all of the instruments or whether they were just dealers as well, or gangsters or moneymakers. But that's another, beside the point. This is, you can see, anybody can see, even see to the naked eye, this is the difference in bore with the two, and this doesn't just apply to the bottom end here. So that's about a typical bassano instrument. I will have 25, 20. This is 26 of the, about 26 millimeters at the bottom, which is quite typical, and at the top about 7. I forget exactly what. Whereas this year, it looks about the same at the top, but actually it's only 5.5 millimeters, and at the bottom 22. So obviously the sound is much closer to the cornetino than what we are used to. So, wait a minute. Why is it not moving? It's your computer, or is it me? Wait a minute. Oh, no, it is. Oh, wait, okay. These are actually the pictures of the instruments in Leipzig that I had to copy for the Handel House. Obviously, the other significant difference which one sees, even with the naked eye, is the lowering of the C hole, so that you have a very solid, simple C fingering. And wait a minute. This is the equivalent, the cornetino in the museum, which I copied. And although we've shown yesterday, they did make cornetini in Italy, we don't have any. I don't think there's in some museum catalogues it says under cornetino, Italy, 1600 or something, but probably just because the person who wrote it had drunk half a liter of Chianti in the midday break. There's nothing that really looks like what we would call a Bassano cornetto and under those. People nowadays prefer, I must admit myself as well, a little bit bigger bore cornetino. So I made relatively recently, about last year, a scaled copy of the Hamburg cornetto. I made it scaled down to cornetino size, and it's still then considerably bigger in bore, both at the top and at the bottom. So it gives you a bit more help in the lower register, but maybe this has something to do with that we're playing on the wrong mouthpieces. We see mouthpieces sometimes in instruments and say, oh, this is an original mouthpiece. Means nothing, because when I measured the instruments in Vienna, or some of them, played all of them in 40 years ago, there's a little bit more in fact, you always have to sign in museums to say you're fully responsible with all everything you own if something goes wrong with the instrument. And after I'd finished, they said, oh, this mouthpiece is missing from this instrument. We've got the photo. This instrument had a mouthpiece. I said, shit, this is going to cost me a lot of money because I've lost their mouthpiece. And then we discovered the mouthpiece, which they had always said belonged to one instrument, was in a completely another instrument. So any time they say a mouthpiece belongs to an instrument, it could have been put there 10 years, well, from 50 years ago, 100 years ago, and it's relatively unlikely that it's been there for 400 years. So, what is this? Why am I having problems with this? Why isn't it? Move. Oh. Oh, no, it's working. Yeah, great. So, firstly, more to the characterism. Here, you've got an instrument in Nuremberg, which was, as you can see, it's only lightly bent, made in one piece, and the same bore is similar in all these gems. It's small, much smaller than the Italian instruments. As we'll go on to Denner in a minute, but let's have a look first at the music, what has changed in the music. And this is moving up. Can't move up. Can't I use just keyboard controls? Oh, sorry. Sorry, I've never used a normal PC in all my life. Even looking at Italian music, one of the few examples that I think most people will know, Ligrenzi, La Bosca. This is, as far as I know, it's the only piece with cornetti. The writing is much more angular, lots of leaps than we are used to from earlier music, where the cornetto, whether it's a specified instrumental part or not, has a much more vocal character than later. Here, it's clearly instrumental. Look at here. Let's have a look at this. And these sort of leaps. This is actually much easier on a German cornet because the notes are how I think modern brass players call them. They're very sort of fixed slotting. They are where they are, more or less. You can't change them so much. Whereas what I like about the Italian cornetto, you can bend the notes quite a bit. So, like a singer, you're not fixed to one pitch. But here, this sort of thing is actually easier on a German cornet. It's a similar style we see on Petzl here. Beep, pop, 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 pop. It's obviously not so easy on any cornetto, but it is actually easier on a German cornetto. What else have we got here as music examples here? Schelle durch Adams Fall. This, I think, Fritjof mentioned that you've got 5-part wind group and 5-part strings doubling each other. So you've got to be playing very lightly in the top register. You've not got to overpower the violins. It's got to be an equal balance. And usually, as we're seeing, is doubling the soprano line an octave higher. It's typical for music of that time. Again, this is actually for cornetino. But, well, you could play it on the ordinary cornetto. And here, what do we have here? Perti. A very late example of cornet writing, and actually interesting music from Perti. And what would you expect from the instruments here? Later manuscripts with the same piece, it might not be specifically this piece, but often that were originally written for cornetto are in Bologna for oboe. And do we have this yet? No, doesn't matter. Oh, no, we don't. Anyway, talking without notes, so I'm improvising, which I like to do in the concert as well. So, as many know, Ferdinando de' Medici in around 1707 wanted to order 3 pairs of cornets in different pitches. Well, some have suggested that with pitches he meant, say, 440, 465, 490. But actually, if you read the full correspondence, it becomes clear that he also meant 3 different sizes. I would guess cornetino, cornetto, tenor cornet. Could have been cornetto and alto cornet, a tone lower, and tenor cornets, but tenor cornet was definitely the 3rd pair. So how do we know that? Well, the guy who was doing the correspondence with Ferdinando, Grunter, first Jacob Denner, the son of the old man Denner, who died in 1707, when they originally wanted to order the instruments, he said he didn't want to do it anyway because nobody knows how to make cornets nowadays. They are little used nowadays. But Cornet then wrote at the end, firstly, he said he wanted to make straight cornets, which is understandable. Anybody who's a recorder and oboe maker, that's much easier. But Ferdinando said, "Oh no, we don't want them." No, he thought he assumed he meant cornetti muti. These instruments are. They would just use them for funerals and the cornetti. It would be interesting to find out what music they played then at the funerals on these cornetti muti. And I don't know whether you finished your cornetti muto dissertation, but we have no idea what they played. But he said, "I need the cornetti curvi because they sound more like a trumpet." So what he would seem to have, which would be in agreement with the typical German cornet, it sounds a little bit more like an oboe or trumpet. It's more penetrating, and it's certainly different from earlier Italian instruments. The big question is, well, nobody uses these instruments. I've only made 3 in my life. One was the prototype for the Handel House, which I kept for myself, and the other 2 which went to the Handel House. And why don't people use the instruments? Well, one is they have this sound conception, just like this vocal group, where everything sounds the same. It always seems that it's a cornetto, point. End of conversation. But there is some practical things, which I was talking to Fritjof about yesterday as well, that probably they need a slightly different mouthpiece to what we're used to playing. In particular, we've come to the conclusion, I'm just starting to try this. Patrick made me a mouthpiece 2 days ago, and so I haven't been able to try it yet, but it's the copy of an instrument that's of the mouthpiece that's in an instrument in Basel, the straight instrument, and the straight instruments always have this narrow bore, 5.5, 5.6 millimeters at the top and something like 22 at the bottom. So it's acoustically the same as the bent cornets. But one thing about it is that it's bigger than what I'm used to and what most of the people, apart from Jamie here, would be used to. But the significant thing, we think, is that it has a larger bore. It's where most of us will have a bore of something like 3 millimeters or less with a standard mouthpiece. This has, what was it, Patrick? 335, you see. And that does make it counteracts this resistance that we feel with the smaller bore instruments and gives us a chance to be more relaxed. I've done little playing actually on the instrument. I did use it once for a concert where Bachfest in Leipzig had to play Pätzel, whole program of Pätzel. And at the beginning, it is easier to play these high notes, and top D is great. Very easy to play Bach, BWV 118. Jesu Christ, mein Lebenslicht. That's really great. But I do find after a quarter of an hour, this resistance makes me tired very quickly. And I think this could be counteracted by a different type of mouthpiece. Is something we have to experiment with. And firstly, it would perhaps give the instrument a little bit more breadth, but at the same time, from the playing feeling, it will help you to not to tighten up. Of course, there is another thing. Again, as I was talking to Fritjof about yesterday with the cornettino, it's very important as a player to back off, to relax. It sounds ridiculous when you're playing top Ds all the time, but if you go at it like a bullet, like trumpet players usually do when they play the omnicornetto, then it becomes very tiring very quickly. And so we've got to change You have to change that. We can change the mouthpiece, sure. And that is the first thing that most people want to do, change the superficial components. What they're not prepared to do is change themselves. Don't forget that all these instruments in museums, they are historical facts. And you, my colleagues, you are just figments of your own imagination. This is something you've thought out. You're not real existing cornetto players. They've all died. Well, I will leave it at that. And does anybody have any questions? Yeah? There's always one.
When you say we have to, how do you conceptualize the cornetino sound in that regard then? You said we have to back off, and the German cornetto sounds more like the cornetino. But then when I hear, like, okay, when I try to play cornetino, which I generally love to do,
yeah.
Generally people expect me to be louder and like more...
Completely wrong. Completely wrong.
And this is this is my big problem with playing cornetino, though, that I'm not sure that I conceptualize it in the same way as a lot of players. So you are also saying it's a very like
just the opposite. The first piece I ever recorded on the cornetino was with the Knabenchor Hanover Schütz, unser Herr Schütz, later manuscript version with cornetino, violin, and 4 trombones. And of course, this big choir, boys' choirs now. They've got nothing to do with historical choirs like the Gewandhaus, like the Thomas Choir in Leipzig. It's got nothing whatsoever to do with Bach's choir. There's about 60 of them in there, or at least 40. And so I was having to play really loud, and then you finished after about 10 minutes, you know. That's it. No, it's just the opposite. You've got to play gently and delicately so that you're balanced with the violin in the top register, yeah.
Following on YouTube on the train back, and he said, he wanted us to share his comment, saying,
I won't say anything bad about him now then.
Dear Roland, sorry, I mean, I'm making it very official, but the Hamburg cornet which we looked at together, which is clearly Italian, has a super comfortable and stable modern middle C.
That's not true, actually. And I can tell you exactly how we, from the, I said it was after a conference about it, I said, look, okay, you're in Hamburg with it, and Gebhard David is also there. I can fix it that we can play these instruments in the museum. And sure, in fact, well, no, I'm not going to do this. We haven't played for 2 days. If I'm trying to demonstrate, I think it will be terrible. But I tried to explain to Fritjof and Gebhard how you test an instrument and for pitch and that, because it's not so easy. People say, oh, this instrument is 456, this is fun. But you take the A, and I could play it at least 5 hertz higher or lower. You can't just take the A out of the context and anything. But Fritjof and Gebhard, when the two of them are together, forget it. You know, it's a matter of who can play fastest and highest. And oh, this picture, this is a stable C. Yeah, great. Yes, I can play that instrument. I can play with in a fast context and do use the simple C fingering. But when you're playing slowly, and you have to make the note stable, you have to play it with a fork. So I would suggest to them, I can fix it up with Hamburg, we can go again, and we'll play no notes faster than a semi-breve. So there's his answer if he's listening.
I was just asking him if he's, yeah, he will come back to us. Any other questions? Yeah.
I mean, concerning the Hamburg instrument, it's next up for measuring in a short while, so we can then try maybe even more. But what I wanted to ask about the inlet bore, where the bore starts for these German cornets, where is it in the diameter?
Sorry.
What diameter is the inlet? After the mouthpiece inlet, the start of the bore?
They always have or German cornets have a step into the bow because that's necessary, because the mouthpiece, you've got the mouthpiece, and then it's the narrowest points of the step before it starts. It's not like an Italian instrument where it goes down. You've got a sort of a bow going against it, getting narrower, and then the narrowest point. It's got a sudden break, and from which actually you can tell that cornetini mouthpieces were probably shorter than a cornetto mouthpiece, because the distance from the top to the step is usually smaller than on the cornetti. But were you asking what the minimum bore is? What?
Yes, the diameter of after the step. This is first the important information that I also wanted to ask. And
it depends on instrument, but usually between 5.5 and 6 millimeters.
So really it's much more smaller.
Yeah, exactly like a cornetino. Yeah.
And another thing that I wanted to ask, or maybe mention, like with the cornetino mouthpieces, this is kind of like puzzling me why it is so standard that everybody put their treble cornet mouthpieces to cornetino, which is obviously very smaller, and expect them to work well, and then are saying that yes, cornetinis are better instruments. I think this is sort of thing that we overlook, that there's certainly difference in the scale, and we can't really. I would like to ask your opinion on this. Like, what do you think?
Well, I would assume. I mean, I don't like changing mouthpieces. Yeah. Anyway, I played on the same mouthpiece for 22 years, and I lost it the day before a recording, and then but since then I've played for the last 12 years on the same mouthpiece for, well, cornetto, cornetino, and well, not tenor cornetto, but but definitely yes, there is. You know, it's the same with. I don't think modern trumpet players use the same mouthpiece on bigger and smaller trumpets, but I don't really know.
Yeah. So does it mean that it should be okay? Yeah.
Yeah, it's something we have to experiment with. So.
And there's a quick answer from Fritjof saying, yes, he did even video recorded the trial, playing slow, even for Roland's standards.
Well, I would like to hear that video, because I don't recollect either of them playing anything less than a 30-second note. and it is... Yeah, it is possible, but you don't know to play that as some sort of thing, pitch near. But I can tell you in context, and this is practical experience playing the instrument, and you in a context with other people, you have to fork it, if you will excuse the expression.
A couple of things. One is an observation, which is about the mouthpiece and using a wider bore on a mouthpiece on a smaller bore instrument. And you mentioned trumpet just there. I recollect from my trumpet playing days, which is now a long time ago, but I did at one point play a lot of piccolo trumpet. Yeah. And for that instrument, I used a mouthpiece with a smaller cup, but with a much wider bore and the biggest back bore possible to counteract the very small bore of the instrument. Exactly, and for me, that was very effective, and it made it much less tiring to play. And it's exactly this thing where you can actually really back off and play in a much more relaxed way than otherwise is possible. So I think there's definitely something in that idea. Yes. But the question I wanted to ask was about this Leipzig wide bore cornetino that's marked late 15th century or something. I mean, I always imagined that was some kind of 19th century forgery. I mean, like a sort of Frangiolini thing. But
obviously, there's no known connection. It could be. It's not impossible, but at least as far as I understand it, Herbert Haider was pretty good on these sort of things. I don't know whether he's still alive, actually. He must be pretty old, though. Was the curator there, or did a lot of research on the instruments there. He seemed to think it was original.
I mean, if it is an original from that kind of
and
period,
the same with the tenor.
Yeah, if it is original from that period, then we have to rethink a lot about what we think we know about the early history of the cornet.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, it changes everything, but maybe we need to do some more work on that instrument particularly, because to understand if it's a real one or not. If it's real, then we really have to rethink a lot.
What is known about its date?
Well, the museum says it's late 15th century.
Herbert Haider. The information is from Herbert Heider. I don't know on what basis he did that. I can't say, but that was his idea, and he's not a cornet to play. He doesn't have any axe to grind in the things, but I don't know why, so we can't say at this moment. Yeah.
We should add this to the list for investigation. I think it's an important one.
Let's move on. If that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
We'll take it just a few minutes.
Yeah, please.
Oh, just one short thing. Explain why Denner had difficulty with the third pair of cornets. Must have been a tenor, because it's very difficult, obviously, to bend an instrument of this size. And he found a solution, which I presume was that which they use in oboe da caccia, that they make saw cuts here, and then you can bend it and then cover it with this. So I presume that was his solution, but initially he didn't know how he was going to do it. All right. Oh, me. Thank you. Another weird way, but yeah.
So I think we're ready to go. This is going to be something a little bit different, I think, to some of the other presentations that we've had. Normally, these kind of conferences I tend to present on more historical research or more organological things. This is much more at the sort of artistic research end of the spectrum, though it does draw on some historical findings, and there's some sources that maybe will appear on screen that are kind of interesting and tap into some of the things that have been talked about already. But that's more coincidental than by planning. So the polyphonic cornet, this is a project I've been working on in different iterations now for a number of years. It does draw together several strands of research and practice, some of which I will need to introduce very briefly to provide some context to the work. So I'll just quickly mention some of my work with 3D printed instruments, because it explains the origins of the instrument that I'm going to play today. So my work in this field began a little over a decade ago with the project I called Cyberzink, a little bit tongue-in-cheek. It was at Newcastle University back in 2013. And the original aim of this project was very simple, because this was right at the beginning of learning to use this technology. It was simply to investigate the potential of using 3D printed technology to produce viable, playable instruments, because at that time we didn't even know if that was possible. So we had limited aims at that time, but of course it has been taken on in much more depth by colleagues Ricardo and Patrick, as we've seen and heard already. So I used measurements from the Christchurch Cornets, but I should say I averaged this irregular bore, so to create something with a perfectly circular cross-section as a starting point. And of course, not only did that technology turn out to be viable, I mean, we were able to produce quite quickly instruments that were quite playable, but it also then became apparent that it could become an extremely useful method of addressing questions of pitch and tuning and so on, especially for instruments that would otherwise be inaccessible for hands-on research. So I won't go into the details of the research findings here, but the initial exploration with 3D printed instruments led directly and indirectly to a number of articles which I put on the screen there. But then I didn't really do very much more with 3D printing until 2020 and those long periods of COVID lockdown, when I took the opportunity to refine my original model and to think about the possibilities for further development. So my model was designed from the outset in 3 straight jointed sections. And this was simply due to the size restrictions of the printer that I had access to at the university back in 2013. But this restriction also suggested the possibility of alternative modular sections. So from the beginning, I made an alternative foot joint to compare the differences between the modern and historical fingering systems. I followed this in, I should get the instrument, followed this in 2020 with an interchangeable curved mid-section, and then a head joint with a threaded insert that can receive a piezo pickup. And that pickup is able to take the vibrations from the inside of the bore without the need for a microphone. And that's something that I'll pick up again shortly, because that's quite important for the project I'm going to explain. Then also in 2020, I had to stop using my favorite mouthpiece, which I'd been playing for nearly 2 decades. Just like Roland, I was very attached to this particular mouthpiece. It was made for me by Graham Nicholson back in the day from a piece of antique ivory. In fact, it was a recycled billiard ball from the 19th century. But I had no paperwork to prove its origins. And so due to the new post-Brexit rules, one of the many Brexit benefits, I could no longer travel with it without CITES certification. So that meant I could basically no longer play it in any professional capacity that took me outside of the UK. So after various more or less disappointing attempts to copy that mouthpiece in using traditional methods and techniques and materials, I drew up a CAD model of that mouthpiece and had it made in sterling silver, the one that's now at the end of this instrument. It's cast in a 3D printed mold. Actually, it's the mouthpiece I'm now using for everything, and it's the closest I've managed to get to that original ivory one, in both in feel and sound. Right, so that's just by way of background to this instrument that I'm going to be playing on. And then another project from just over a decade ago. The images there on screen are from a project called Gabrieli 22, a project we did it again at Newcastle University, where I was working at the time, 2012. This was my first foray into performance with live electronics. The project was realized in collaboration with saxophone player Adam Wolf, who have been familiar to many of you in the room, and music technologist John Ayres. And we were looking at a novel way to mark the Gabrieli quarter centenary in 2012. Came up with what seemed like a crazy plan to perform Gabrieli's 22-part sonata with just 2 instrumentalists. So we did it by playing those 22 parts, layering them in 11 passes through the material, and what we played was then relayed to 5 pairs of speakers to simulate the spatialization of 5 instrumental choirs. Each loop lasted approximately 8 minutes, so the whole piece took an hour and a half to build up in what was essentially a live multi-track surround sound recording. We performed this in various locations, including Durham Cathedral in 2013, and that was the focus of an extended review article by Liz Haddon in Early Music. It's also on the screen. So this was an extraordinary introduction for me into the world of performance with live electronics. It allowed the performer and the listener a unique experience of counterpoint from the inside, creating new ways of understanding the compositional process. One audience member said it was like witnessing the restoration of an old tapestry from the individual threads. As a performer, it raised fascinating questions arising from the musical interaction with our former and our future selves, separated as we were by just a few minutes at each pass through the material. We had to think carefully about when and where to add ornamentation, for instance, mindful that sometimes consequent answering voices would be laid down before their antecedents. We also had to work with the consequence and the creative potential of making mistakes. Any small slip in timing or intonation had a ripple effect in the layers to follow, sometimes creating unexpected and even occasionally beautiful effects further down the line. There were, of course, limitations to this mode of performance, some of which relates to the use of microphones and the problem of feedback and bleed from the speakers, which then goes back in, of course, back into the microphone. So our sound engineer had to frantically edit and filter as much of this as possible on the fly, which was a big, stressful thing for him, I know. And so that problem of feedback led ultimately to the idea to incorporate this internal piezo pickup in the bore of the 3D instrument. So that's the latest iteration of the modular cornet. And why use a 3D plastic instrument? Well, frankly, I don't want to drill a hole into my nice wooden instrument to receive a pickup. Okay, then a further obvious limitation of this kind of performance is the format is obviously not real time. It takes an hour and a half to complete the performance of an 8-minute piece of music. So this led me to imagine what real-time polyphonic performance might look like in practice and how it might be achieved. Right. So this brings me to 2018, the beginning of this current project. So it's been a while already in development. So this started in 2018, by which time I'd moved from Newcastle to my current institution, Royal Birmingham Conservatoire, and it provided there the opportunity to collaborate with James Dooley at the Conservatoire's Music Technology Department. That's one of the sort of biggest research areas in the Conservatoire. And it grew out of an idea to realize a set of canons by Johann Walter. This I think, maybe the database will give us some new information, but as far as I know, this is the earliest music we have that actually specifies performance on cornet, dated 1542, perhaps surprisingly late in that context, and described there on the title page as sonderlich auf Zinken. So this music can be played by all kinds of instruments, but especially on cornets. So the majority of these fugen are straightforward unison canons on each of the church modes. And so on the right-hand side, in fact, I'm sitting right in front of it. Let me move just very slightly. That's the first page of this canon, and I'll play this canon just to illustrate the basic setup. But for a piece that's Sonderlich auf Zinken, it's a very interesting choice of clef, I would say, at the beginning. Thank you. Surprisingly difficult to pick up a cornet after speaking, and then also to speak after playing the cornet. So to explain basically what's going on under the hood with this, yes. Thanks for the reminder. To explain basically what's going on under the hood with this system, we're using a software called Integra Live. It's developed in-house at Royal Birmingham Conservatoire. Integra is essentially a user-friendly graphical interface for the programming language Pure Data. Some colleagues in the room, I bet Andrew's familiar with this, which is used in quite a lot of music tech applications. So this graphic interface also allows us to conceive of the different processes as if they're physical effect pedals daisy-chained together. So what you see on the slide is a screenshot of the module view in the software, although I've simplified it slightly so we can focus on the key processes involved. So realizing a unison canon in this way only really needs to call on two fairly straightforward electronic effects. The signal from the cornet is split between two differently timed delay modules for the answering voices, and then a spectral freeze effect creates the sustained final chord by rapidly sampling and looping the selected notes, which I control via a foot pedal at the cadence. So we can use this same simple process to create all kinds of unison canons, of course, historical and contemporary. So I'd like to play a short recent example by my friend Tim Roberts. This is number 3 from a set of 8 white note canons written for 3 cornets, not written for this system, written for 3 live cornets, but it just so happens, of course, that we can do it also this way. Okay, so now returning to Walter and the 16th century. So this canon now on screen on the 7th mode is rather more complex than the unison canons I've just played. The rubric here tells us that the principal voice is the tenor, the bass voice answers a 5th below, and the discantus answers a 4th above. So we need some additional processing now to create the transpositions. But these voices can't just answer in a strict transposition, otherwise our realization will not only be polyphonic, but also polytonal. So we therefore need to inflect certain notes up or down a semitone in our realization so that we can maintain a consistent tonal center. So on the one hand, that's a musicological problem that needs to be solved, and there are several potential solutions to this puzzle of musica ficta. And on the other, it creates a technical challenge for the electronic system. So not only do we need a timed delay, as in the previous examples, but we need to find a flexible means of transposing the delayed voices that can be responsive to the requirements of musica ficta. So this is our solution. On the slide we see the representation of the system, again a simplification, because in reality there are several additional processes deployed to mitigate the effect of latency or delay caused by the time the computer takes to process the incoming audio, and also to create smooth transitions between the different effects. But in essence, we have the same time delay modules as previously, added to which are a couple of pitch shifters pitched at a 5th below and a 4th above the lead voice. But then finally, we have an additional pitch shifter mapped to a foot switch control. Maybe that's on the next one. It's the same slide, but we see, the pitch level there, 78 cents. So that's a mean tone sharp. 100 cents would be an equally toned, equally tempered semitone. If we want a sharp, it needs to be a little bit lower in mean tone. Okay. Maybe then I'll just demonstrate firstly the opening phrase of this septimitone. So it incorporates a minor third in the upper tetrachord of the mode, which we can now answer with a major third in the lower. Well, hopefully, anyway. Let's see. Oh, yeah. So that was actually for my benefit to check it really works, and now I could play the whole piece. So it's a septimitone from the top. Okay, so having designed this polyphonic system, having designed this system, how might we use it in other repertoire? What other creative avenues might it open up? Well, one answer, of course, is the potential for new contemporary repertoire. And I'm, in fact, shortly to release an album of music for Cornet and live electronics next month, in fact, which features new music by Martin Harry, Tim Roberts, and Benjamin Tassi that makes use of this system. I think we don't really have time to play any of that stuff now. But in any case, rather than talk about the contemporary repertoire here, I'd like to focus for the remaining few minutes on another creative avenue, that of contrappunto alla mente, or improvised counterpoint. Okay, so I have to confess to being still a novice at this practice, and this phase of research is really, for me, a new point of departure, not yet fully developed. But I've been fascinated for a while about stretto fuga, the concept of improvisable polyphony, deduced from the working practices of Renaissance composers by John Milsom in the first instance, and then developed further in theory and in practice by Peter Schubert, who's published widely on this topic. And the practical essence of this method is really usefully summarized in a pamphlet prepared for the Early Music Sources website, from which the following examples on the screen are taken. But essentially what Schubert demonstrates is that in close imitation, at just one semi-brief beat apart, if we follow these prescribed rules of melodic motion in the lead part, it will always result in theoretically correct counterpoint when the second part answers at the fifth. I need to move this on. So I could just show this very, very quickly. So, more or less playing a random series of notes that follow this rule. And so on. So we could play like that for as long as we like, but then of course at some point we have to make a cadence. And for that we have recourse to a standard formula whereby the lead voice rises by a third in syncopation, and then plays a typical cantizans leading note to tonic progression, and the lower note then descends by one step, creating the classic two-part cadential progression of a major sixth, expanding outwards to the octave. So I'll just play Schubert's example 1 there, just to show how we've managed to enact that in the system. And then in the lower example, Schubert cautions against singing F natural here, because it will cause B flats in the answer, which may be unwanted. But of course we can mitigate this with our ficta pedal. I'll just play that lower example as written. Then a version where we mitigate with a B natural. So I'll start on an A this time to avoid the melodic tritone in the answer. So essentially then we have an algorithm for improvised counterpoint which we can replicate in the technology. And so this slide looks like a rather more complicated iteration here, because it makes use of all the various modules that we've encountered so far, some of which are running in parallel, and the foot switch causes the audible signal flow to switch track, if you like, via the crossfade effects. So to create the cadence, we use a spectral freeze to stop and hold the penultimate note in the answering voice, against which we play the 7/6 suspension, and then we switch to another module that's tracking the lead part in the lower octave for the resolution. So that's a summary of how we're realizing the theoretical, so musicological algorithm in the technology. So to this basic algorithmic framework, musical and technological, we can of course add melodic ornamentation, some rhythmic variation, and so on. So we get from just doing this kind of note against note counterpoint to something a bit more musical. So to finish, I'd just like to offer a very short and simple quasi-improvised canzona in 2 parts, which pulls together the various threads and hopefully suggests something of the direction that the project might follow in the future. And that's all, folks.
Pick the microphone for any questions rising.
I think a very important question for everybody here is, when you and Adam Wolf played the 22-part canzona, did each of you get 11 fees?
Thanks for that, Jamie. That was really cool. Just to answer the question about the clefs in the Walter, I have a feeling it simply has to do with, because it's based on mode, and mode was still determined in the 16th century by the tenor voice. So it's really linked to place too. It's not just, if it were an octave higher, it wouldn't be in the mode anymore. Yeah, so I have a feeling that's really it.
I think that makes good sense. In fact, all the canons in that manuscript are in a C3 clef, either C4, either C4 or C3. They're all in that kind of C.
Yeah, and the previous one was probably, what was it? It would have been in the 6th tone, Hypolydian, and it was in F3, which makes perfect sense. Yeah. But
and also, of course, the clef is chosen because the notes never go above or below the stave, right? But
yeah.
So it's a convenience. But for me, this is a reminder, should one be needed, that notation in the 16th century doesn't give you a fixed pitch. All it shows is how the notes relate to one another in a relative way.
Yes.
It's completely understood by singers, of course, but less understood, I think, by instrumentalists.
Yeah.
And then it makes we understand why those charts by Vigiliano, for instance, are so important.
Yeah.
Because it's really explaining this practice of constant transposition.
Yeah, of relative place. Yeah, and that's why so the canon that you did play in the seventh tone was really neat, because it shows that issue that you in the opening interval, minor third that becomes a major third below. Well, that's so typical of Mixolydian, where you have the pentachord of Lydian with the tetrachord of Dorian. So of course you're going to have that like modal mixture.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Just Copenhagen is exactly the same year. So like Copenhagen wind manuscript that says for Cornet and 4 trombones was copied from 1541 to 1543 DMSS. So it's like exactly that.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
And that's fascinating. That's also canon. So I wonder.
Yeah.
So I don't know. My head was like, huh. So Cornetti just played canons in the 1540s.
Well, I guess we have to think about the pedagogical purpose of this. I mean, Walter was, one of the sort of key figures in the Lutheran sort of church music education system. Of course, he wrote all these famous chorale melodies, which are still known today. I think there's definitely that aspect to it. I think that manuscript was for students really to play.
Thank you very much, Jamie. And we can go on with the presentation of Ricardo Simeon, present here, from all the way from Oslo. Thank you.
That's fine. That's fine. No. So, hello everyone. It's so nice to be back at home in a certain way. So I started as a cornet player, starting with Bruce. And then my research took me somewhere else. Now I am in Oslo at the design school, doing a PhD on 3D printing technologies for design. And I'm happy now to bring back home some of the elements that we are researching in design, in development, through design and what 3D printing can bring into it. So when I saw this invitation about a year ago, I thought, like, finally we're going to research, we're going to talk about things moving forward to the future. Then seeing the topics that we have talked about, I think it's less representing of this. They're fascinating topics, don't get me wrong, but I'm trying to go more into that direction. Thank you very much, Lambert, for organizing this and the Haute École de Musique. Excellent. So I'm the last one. I am going to be fighting to keep your attention, so we have to do something a little bit more interactive to begin with. I'm going to show you 5 images, 5 details of paintings, and I'm going to ask you to try to identify maybe the period, the style, maybe the painting, the author. So this is the first one. The second one. Third one. And the final one. So all 5 images actually belong to the same painting. Could anyone identify the painting? By Veronese, exactly. It's this beautiful, amazing painting. Who has seen this painting live? Perfect. Who has seen La Gioconda, La Mona Lisa live in the Louvre? It should be the same amount of hands, because if next time you see the La Gioconda, turn around and you're going to see this huge painting on the other wall. But why am I showing you this? It's because one of the most interesting or inspiring lectures that I can remember by Bruce was one where he spoke about the fact that maybe it was a dinner, maybe not a, but anyway, lectures and dinners in the Cornetto class were both very illuminating. So like early music research was like this in a certain way, trying to figure out the big painting out of surviving details and trying to figure out what was the overall picture and trying to reconstruct just based on what we have and discussing whether we were maybe missing Jesus or making a big deal out of one random surviving element, or was this a decoration or was it a main element, and so on. And in some cases in early music, this is quite extreme, trying to reconstruct whole practices based on a little detail. Like we have 3 surviving recorders from the 14th century. One of them, the tattoo recorder, survived in a latrine, maybe for some good reason. So from the whole spectrum of the recording in the 14th century, we have 3 little thingies surviving. And this is what we do, and this is the most used research method in a certain way, the paradigm for research that we use. And this is actually quite interesting. Nowadays, researchers usually have the opposite problem, have too much data, big data, how to make sense of too many inputs. And I have been actually asked to make presentations, how do we do it when we have too little data, which is an unusual approach nowadays. And this is what we have been doing like these days, and trying to come up with a larger picture in a certain way. But there are other research approaches, many other research approaches, and I'm going to talk about a different one which has been in a certain way forgotten in early music or considered old-fashioned, like Victorian, old museum approach. Like what if you put instruments in a line like this, like in the Victorian Albert Museum, and you discuss what happened and why and so on, or you put keyboards like this. Usually, early music musicians don't really like this, because what it starts to emerge is this word that usually early musicians don't really appreciate. I have been paying close attention. It has been mentioned only twice in these 2 days, once at the end of Lambert's presentation, once at the end of Damien's presentation. And we have been talking about an evolutionary process, but not using the word. It's like a loaded word. I have been into many discussions about why is the wrong word, we hate it. And so we need to get through this so that I can talk about it in a certain way. Because, of course, there is this implication of evolution connected to this, from primitive to more developed, and almost by definition, early music is somewhere around here. We don't want to be the apes. This is wrong. This evolution was never meant to be this sort of analysis, and it doesn't have those implications. Evolution is the analysis of how things can evolve from simple to more complex, and the other way around. Evolution doesn't say that we multicellular beings come from bacteria. It says that we have a common ancestor. But yes, from monocellular entities, we can go to multicellular entities. But this doesn't imply superiority. Bacteria were here before we were here. Bacteria are going to be here after we are not here around anymore, when this planet is not inhabitable anymore. And I don't mean only due to climate change. When the sun, in a few billion years, goes through its cycle, it's going to turn into a red giant, and Earth is not going to be inhabitable for multicellular beings. But they are going to be around for a while. They're going to eat us when we die. So from many perspectives, you could perfectly argue that they are superior. actually. And this doesn't only apply to biological entities, it also applies to cultural, artistic elements and entities. We all know that how design evolved from this to that. We know the reasons. You can argue this one is superior, it's more efficient. That you can argue this one is far superior aesthetically. My dad had one of these. It was fun to drive. We always had mechanical issues. So that's the reason why we nowadays have that design. And we see evolutionary design everywhere, from the typewriter into the modern keyboard. And evolution is not linear, it's rather a branching thing. So nowadays you don't have only one keyboard, you can choose which keyboard you like, curved, ergonomic, squarish. And indeed, modern evolutionary trees in biology look like this, not like a line. There is no up and down, evolved, so more complex, superior. There is just an explanation of how things flow, or they look like this, even more complex to follow in terms of superiority and inferiority. And if we have a look at the definition of evolution, is evolution in its contemporary meaning in biology typically refers to the changes in the proportions of biological types in a population over time. No implication for superior, inferior whatsoever. It's the analysis of how things change. So we see this everywhere in design. We see it in fashion, in shoes. No one would run a marathon today with 17th century shoes, or I would like to see someone trying. But musicians do that. Violinists play with instruments which have changed very little in centuries, and this is unusual. This is an exception. This deserves an analysis. The reason could perfectly be the design was already perfect. So you need to be an expert, basically, to know that a modern violin has some little details which have changed. And this is special. So it's not all over the place. Not all musical instruments stopped evolving, but many of them did. And many of the ones which have sort of evolved, it has been through putting electricity just to amplify them or things like that. But why am I interested in this analysis? Simply to better understand. Because the evolutionary lens can allow us to understand things better and to explain things which otherwise are not easy to explain. Like, for instance, there is this recurrent laryngeal nerve which goes from the brain to the larynx. It's allowing me now to speak. But in all mammals, it goes behind the aorta, which is not the most logical path. It goes up, down, and then up. In the case of the giraffe, it's a detour of a couple of meters. That's not efficient. That is not a good design. Why do we have that? Because we all descend from that fish, which didn't have a neck, and in that fish, the shortest way between these two was behind the aorta. But then we evolved necks, and the problem, we are stuck with it. Evolution cannot rewire things with the hindsight of this. So once you know that, you can maybe understand why things came to be a certain way. And then you can move forward, understanding that process. So the question behind this is, why are musical instruments the way they are? And you can make many questions. You can pose many questions, like, why in most string instruments there is a 90-degree angle or something close to that between the walls and the boards? And the real reason, like in the case of the larynx nerve, is that with the tooling they had back then, that was the best shape they could produce in a reliable way. Why are all woodwind instruments based on straight lines with a circular bore? Because that's the only shape you can drill. And they evolved that way. But nowadays we can produce any shape. We could test star-shaped inner bores, oval, triangular. Maybe they sound better, maybe they sound differently. There are more options. We shouldn't be stuck because of the limitations of lathes and bores, since we have now all the production methods. 3D printing amongst them. Why are keyboards, the keys are always parallelepipeds? Because if you're cutting large amounts, large numbers of keys with saw, you can only produce parallelepipeds in a practical way. But I'm quite sure this is not the most ergonomical solution. But we have inherited that from the previous generations and their limitations. And indeed, does anyone know a single violin player without ergonomical issues who didn't have neck issues whatsoever? I think producing shapes like this could be beneficial in many ways. Why are we not experimenting with this? Why are we still stuck with the limitations of the toolings from 16th century? Organic shapes in nature, they usually don't have 90-degree angles. Best resonating shapes usually don't have 90-degree angles. So this is something we could have a look at. Also, this is slightly old-fashioned, but very nice tree of life of animals on Earth. Sometimes when you analyze from the evolutionary perspective, things like this come out. These are the animals you find in Australia, like the platypus and the marsupials. They evolved there because they had a different evolutionary pressure. They were in an evolutionary island. They didn't have predators like in Asia, Africa, and America, and therefore they could go through a different path. And the cornetto, if we analyze it from this perspective, would be kind of a platypus. It's a mixed family instrument. It's a brass instrument made out of wood. It has an abnormal conicity within the brass family, a very small mouthpiece. It's a very special instrument. So let's talk about the evolutionary pressures which are behind the cornet, how it came to be, and why it disappeared. And by the way, this process of evolution didn't really end up when the cornetto established itself in the early Baroque or late Renaissance. Actually, as Damien pointed out, most modern instruments have their holes shifted in relation to the originals, and this was due to a certain evolutionary pressure to get certain fingerings in tune or to get certain things to work in a different way. I'm not the first one talking about applying evolutionary perspective to cultural entities. This is a very good paper, Phylogenetics and Material Cultural Evolution. And what a coincidence. To make the point of how this works, they take as an example musical instruments. Musical instruments are a very good example. Here they have an evolutionary tree of the cornet with one T. And in the conclusion they say, while it is tempting to attribute the patterns we discover in culture to the same causal processes that operate in nature, cultural systems present greater complexity than their biological counterparts and call for the development of novel approaches to historical inference. They say this is complicated. It's not one-to-one to biology. Cultural entities, designs work differently. Indeed, they mark whenever horizontal transfer happen between animals, something you can't have in animals. So, for instance, if someone developed a certain type of key for an instrument, someone from a different instrument could say, I'm going to copy that one. You don't have to evolve it the way they did it in that branch. You can just copy-paste. That doesn't happen in nature. Actually, it does happen under very strange conditions on the bacteria level. There is chromosomal horizontal transfer, but it doesn't really happen in multicellular beings like us. So, to make it clear, I'm not talking about a primitive, simple tree of life or superior, inferior beings. I'm talking about a modern approach, and I'm talking not about this. So I hope that we can get over this discussion of not using the word evolution, which is absolutely proper for this context. So let's have a look at the evolutionary pressure, the design evolutionary pressure behind the death of the cornetto. I'm just going to throw some ideas. This would need a whole seminary, and I think that we're not going to agree. Each one will have her own ideas about which were the reasons for this very dramatic event. So I'm going to throw just some candidates. The learning curve for the cornetto. It's more complicated than for other wind instruments. The late Baroque guys were going places the cornetto didn't want to go simultaneously, or maybe Mahillon was trying to solve that problem. Dynamics, the cornetto started having issues compared to other instruments which were developing in the Baroque. Anchoring in specific traditions and settings. So if the cornetto is very well established in church music in a certain area, and then the Reformation comes, and they throw out the instruments out of church, then they throw out the cornetto out of tradition. That happened in different ways. Change in fashion aesthetics, the ergonomics. Cornetto is a maybe challenging instrument from the ergonomics point of view, particularly if we're now playing for 40. The availability, it's difficult to find a cornetto player today. It was more difficult. It was also difficult back then sometimes. And the violin. The violin, from friend, maybe turned into an enemy at a certain point. Like after Corelli, I don't think per violino or cornetto applies so well as it did before. This one doesn't have anything to do with my presentation, but I didn't want it not to be here today, so I put it. So, how does design evolution work? The evolution in design works through incremental steps, and the user of one generation must be able to use the next one. So if you can use the iPhone 10, if Apple wants you to buy the iPhone 11, you must be able to use iPhone 11. And it shouldn't take such a long time. If you had to take a course before you buy the new iPhone, you wouldn't buy the new iPhone. So in order to take the users with you need to do it by incremental steps, and you need to take the old users with you. You have to show improvements in this process. It doesn't always seem to happen with the iPhone, but at least on average, they are managing. And you learn from each iteration, and the cycle goes on, and the evolution process moves forward, or backwards, or sideways, or it branches. And with 3D printing in particular, with the new possibilities that 3D printing allows in terms of different shapes, different topologies, and so maybe we could address some of this, and we could put the cornetto into an evolutionary path again. It never really stopped, but we could do it in a more open way. And I have been doing some experiments in that direction, a certain way, trying new shapes, more ergonomic, maybe friendlier for different types of hands, thinner, thicker surfaces, so that which would be difficult to produce with other production means. Adding keys, it's difficult. He's telling me to move that way. So I don't want to be hiding here. Adding keys using the flexibility of the material in a different way. By the way, this won a design award before I was in the design area, which was a pretty strange thing to happen. And different design approaches, cornetto into pieces so that you can tune, and this one had an additional hole trying to allow for different types of fingerings. And doing experiments. This is an ukulele with a cornetto inside, and both of them are playable. And when I start showing this kind of stuff, then people go think about this. This is a 3D printed violin. So I'm not surprised that this is not yet the orchestra violin. I don't think you have seen it, but someone presented it. This is the new violin, and it's 3D printed. Wow, how exciting. Here, they forgot about those principles. This would take a long time. I don't think it's user-friendly, and so on and so forth. They forgot everything which is necessary for an evolutionary process to work. And on the other end, people experimenting with 3D printing technologies try to do just the same thing and try to justify, like, it sounds the same, it's the same. This is a copy of a Stradivari, and it's perfect. It's as good as the original. Well, what's the point of doing the same? Again, the Stradivari already exists. So if we have new tools, maybe it's for doing different things. So I'm not arguing neither for going crazy bananas, nor for doing the same thing again. I'm arguing for an integration between tradition and new methods. And I presented this slide already in 2016. I was talking about this integration of new elements and old ones, and this is starting to happen. Il nostro carissimo Vincenzo Onida, he uses some things that I provide, for instance, reamers made with laser cutting, still taking the measurements directly from the measurements. So he's using, in order to produce traditional instruments, new technology and new digital possibilities. And I call this neocrafts. And this is something that I am researching at the design school. A new approach which takes elements from both worlds. And a good example of this was this Fagottini research project at the Schola Cantorum, where there were originals, and we made copies of them, 3D printed. We took out the reamers, then they made wooden copies using the reamers which were digitally made. And we took some of the opportunities which 3D printing allows for. Namely, there's always a discussion between the ovalized instruments because of aging and the original rounded boards. So here there are twins, one with the ovalized shape and one with the rounded one, so that we could compare whether if that played a role or not. Results are really interesting. Under blind test, before, when they came to the workshop after testing the instruments, the musicians said, they are so different, it's impressive. Then we repeated the test under sort of blind test conditions, so covering the marks which allow you to identify which one is which, and they couldn't tell them apart anymore. And this happens quite often with these kind of things. And this is a type of research that we can do in a very nice manner thanks to 3D printing. So do I mean that this is the future of the cornetto, the things that I'm doing? Of course not. This is just throwing things into the pool and see how people react, and trying to get the process moving, and waiting for replies. And this is the way evolution in design works. You try things, you experiment, and someone at a certain point says, like, this is great, and then you can build upon that. So it's nothing more than that, not disrupting, it's rather contributing to variety and trying to move things into the future. Now, let's go to the cornetto. So we are all here because the cornetto is such a special thing. Now I'm going to tell you it's even more special than you thought. So it's as if when this instrument evolved, when it was designed centuries ago, they were thinking, we're going to make something which is really going to fit into that machine. So that's a modern, state-of-the-art SLS 3D printer. That's what we have in the design school in Oslo. It's a huge machine. This is not a home 3D printer. That thing is about, nowadays, $500,000. And you need a powder mixing chamber, and a nitrogen generator, and a cleaning machine, and you need breathing device to work with it, and so on and so forth. So the whole thing is going to cost you a couple of millions. This is not a do-it-yourself at home sort of experiment. But funnily enough, the cornetto fits almost perfectly inside the large printing chamber of the largest machines we have. And the properties of the materials we can put into these machines suit our research purposes rather well. So this is insane. And it's even better or worse, depending on how you see it. The cornetto sits at the perfect intersection point between the technicalities of 3D printing, what the customers in the cornetto world need, the price that they are willing to pay, and the production costs, they meet in a nice way. The functionality is good enough so that this project didn't die after a couple of do-it-yourself things. I have produced something like 600 instruments, and I'm not the only one producing 3D printed cornetti. And the volume of production meets this gap that we were talking about yesterday between the traditional crafts and the mass production, where there's a gap when it's too many copies to make by hand, too little, way too little to make mass production. And that gap is not being addressed, other than by 3D printing. So now researchers are researching the Cornetto to develop 3D printing to make 3D printed clay objects or 3D printed shoes like these ones by Adidas, which is insane. We're learning from the special niche which the Cornetto inhabits to develop 3D printed products and design methods for the future. And that's what I'm doing at the HO. That's the design school in Oslo. It's my office. And what is really difficult to explain is that I'm not actually researching musical instruments. That's a big case study that I started with, but the idea is to move forward to learning from that and trying to develop design methods to develop 3D printing for design in general. And that's 3D printed literature review for the PhD. That's a parametric design which produced these lamps, which also won a design award. I'm writing papers, of course. This is a report about like the last 10 years of experiments with musical instruments, which in many ways goes back to that article we wrote back then 10 years ago. And when we were writing that article, Jamie said to me, we should include the option of using parametric design. Like an option with 3D printing would be actually to have a parametric model that you can then just fiddle with the parameters and get out the Cornetto that you want with the holes where you want. And I said, don't put that, it's going to make us look like fools because technology is not yet there. And actually, not so much time has passed, and technology is there now. This is SAM 230, built in a parametric manner. And now, this is assuming that the pitch, the original pitch is 472. Could anyone mention a pitch? Who wants a different pitch? .447. There you go. Now, this is going to compute for a while because it's not just scaling up or down. This is keeping the proportions in a certain way because scaling up, as every maker knows, it's not about enlarging by the same factor in every direction, all the holes in the same proportion. So this is really computing everything. And yep, it became bigger. And hello. So this is our SAM 230 now in 447. We could go in like the one that inside the model as we did yesterday. Could anyone mention a different angle? This is now the original bending angle. Different angle? You want 0? Ten. To the left or to the right? So, there we go. Yep, that's it. And this thing you can immediately 3D print and so on. So, parametric tools, as opposed to what I thought, so never believe the predictions of any expert in any area, it has developed, and nowadays we can use things like this. This is another slide I showed in a REMA presentation in 2017, but actually I showed it even before, 10 years ago in a symposium in Basel. And I said that 3D printing could and should be used in our area for all of these things: research, pedagogy, museums, exhibition, open source, shared. 10 years later, I have to say, we're not really making use. Maybe after what I saw yesterday, the open source thing is going up. This should be a little bit more visible. But I think that there's potential for doing way more.
You don't think it's used much for pedagogy? I've always, I use it for pedagogy all the time.
Okay, this is a kind of feedback that I really appreciate. This is a subjective evaluation. Of course, I am highly enthusiastic of it, and therefore I think that it's way more potential. But this is also for different types of approaches or ergonomics and solutions and so on. I think that there is more potential, but that's a very valid opinion, of course. So this has been on purpose quite all over the place, from culture to evolution to technology. But this has been on purpose like this because I think this is a topic where we're going to have progress only when we tackle many different fields together and we combine them. So let me give you some takeaway points that I would like you to remember. So the cornet is very special. You knew this. Maybe now you have even more reasons to think that it's very special. Evolution does not mean progress, but rather a process. We can learn from the evolutionary design perspective, also for early music, also for the cornetto. We are not yet making use of 3D printing the way it could be. The cornetto can keep evolving, and I think it will keep evolving. 3D printing can offer some tools to help in that process. And if you have ideas for experiments, please contact me. I'm at AHO, I'm doing a PhD on these topics. I have access to 3D printers. And I still have 2 more years and funding.
Thank you very much for this very inspiring participation. I just wanted to mention that it's not out yet, but the proceedings of the symposium on Maillon that we actually participated on with the same presentation as yesterday will be out next spring or something. And I think there are many articles that will be of interest for you. And if you haven't been yet, you should visit Brussels again, just to have a drink with me, but also to visit the museum there, because Maillon, in his constant, well, he had this evolution position. How do you say? I don't know. My English is maybe. And so he was systematically collecting instruments from both like Western music in early music instruments, but also from all over the place in the world, trying to have a strong opinion on them, on how they were built, what kind of sound they were producing, and that part of his work as a curator, first conservator of the museum, has been a little bit into that topic of the evolution of design, and he has made a whole number of experiments himself, trying to make concrete trumpets, trying to make all kinds of horns made of wooden instruments that have the most crazy shapes ever, and trying to prove his point, because in his treatise for acoustics, and trying to prove like what's beneficial or what's impacting in a beneficial way some instruments families or not. And I think you would love that. He was a total weirdo, but extremely fascinating character, I think, which has still a huge impact on, again, as I was saying yesterday, on the way instruments are classified in families in every museum around the world. But thank you.
We like weirdos. Perfect. Could be better. Interesting things to see, good beer. We'll arrange something. Several times.
Questions coming?
I have a question concerning the pressures, like evolutionary pressures, or maybe suggestion. I think there is one important, which was rather suggested by Serge Delmas in one of his interviews, and that's symbolism of the cornet. And maybe it's like social function, because I think, or no, it's not me, I'm rather quoting him, that it was symbolic also with the materials, shape, and a lot of other things than David Lassotsky, I believe it was, who was speaking about these ornaments on cornets, how the cypress tree is symbolic of that. It is sempervirens, it's always green, and all these aspects. There is probably much more stress back in 16th and 17th century on the symbolism of these instruments that we perceive now. That's perhaps my suggestion. We can see this also nowadays. Maybe also classical instruments symbolize something for us, and that's maybe the reason why they still look alike, even it's not practical in some way. So maybe this is something we should consider in this debate, that maybe these are the reasons that all these instruments have sort of like social function. And although maybe some designs are very interesting and solving a lot of issues, there is still this point of social perception of these instruments. Yeah. Maybe I wanted to add something, but it's got short.
I think I try to. I know maybe this is I think that all of these points are wider and long to discuss.
Yes, yes.
I think that
yes,
I meant to put that into anchoring in specific tradition settings and the fashion aesthetics as well.
Yes, maybe that can be a thing. Yeah, yeah. We can fit it there. Yes.
Yeah. Well.
Or maybe, can I add one more thing? I think there's you are really on point when you are speaking about, when you show this slide with the violin, like so little happens with its evolution. And I see it's similar that in classical music there's sort of like dogmatic aspect, like there's no much will to do strong evolution in a sense, and even not aspects of evolutionary things from the past. We know the Vicentino's experiments. Yes, there are very rational reasons why this wasn't used further, but I think nowadays it could be rediscovered or revisited, and it's not happening that much. So maybe your thoughts on this. Yeah.
Yes, I always think that if we could take Bach or any Baroque or Renaissance musician with a time machine here, we would need to explain them how to get water out of a faucet, how to put underwear on, like basic things like that. They would be total aliens, but you would put them in front of the latest Yamaha keyboard and they would immediately play their pieces. This is really unusual. This is really, really a strange thing. Maybe the unique case, the only case in cultural evolution where something so extreme has happened. There is something to it.
I agree with this.
Well, thank you very much, everyone, for this. We're gonna take, let's say, a 45 minutes break now to just have a little bit of a lunch. And then, so whoever is interested to come back here, and we'll have this round table addressing a few issues about the future platform, what it should do, what it shouldn't do. And I'll be very happy to hear your thoughts on that and to pick your minds. And for all the others leaving, flying, taking a train, thank you very much for your presence, and I hope I'll be in touch. Oh, I think we can say already goodbye to the stream. And thank you very much for the whole technical team who has been of great help. So thanks a lot.